Start. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting. Today is September 24th, 2024. We'll get started with the meeting, and I have asked Supervisor Brandon to lead us in the flag salute, please. Okay, thank you. All right, as is typical, I'll discuss oral communications at this point. So this is a time where the public can come up to the podium and speak on any item that is not on the agenda. And please, I'll stress that, not on the agenda. And would like, when you're at the podium, please understand that you should be addressing the board and that you'll have 3 minutes to speak. After 2 minutes, and there's a clock up here, after 2 minutes you'll hear a tone. That gives you your early warning that you've got 1 minute left. And as usual, I would ask that people, I totally understand that you can come up and speak however you want, using whatever language that you would like to, but I would hope that people would be respectful and not unnecessarily use bad language, but you do have the right to do so if you so choose, but I would rather you not. So with that said, I'll open up oral communications, and if somebody would like to speak on something, again, not on the agenda, please come forward and do so. Good morning.
Good morning, Supervisor Goldenberg and members of the board. I'm Lisa Mayo. I'm the president and CEO for Visit Tuolumne County. And I just wanted to let you know, in case you didn't know yet, and also the public, that we are bringing back our Tuolumne County Tourism Summit. We're really excited. It will be October 17th, and it will be held at Chicken Ranch Casino Resort. And it'll start about 9:30 with registration. We're going to have a session about our tourism marketing district, kind of the status of that, updates, a time for people to ask questions, that type of thing. Visit California will be there with one of their reps, Amy Chambers, who actually used to be a Tuolumne County resident. So she will be going through Visit California's marketing programs and how Visit Tuolumne County ties into that. And then, of course, we'll have lunch and another session. And after lunch, Visit Tuolumne County. We'll talk about our annual report, give some highlights of that. And then there will be an optional tour. So I just wanted to make sure you knew of that. People can sign up by calling us or going onto our website. And the cost is $35 if you're a VTC partner. And if not, it's $40. And that includes lunch, of course. And I do have some flyers here that I will leave in the back. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, and look forward to participating in that. Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak under public comment, under oral communications, I'm sorry? Okay, seeing none, I'm up. Yes, please, come forward. Good morning.
Hi, I'm Serena. I'm for Stand Up, Speak Up, Speak Out, and I also do suicide prevention advocacy. So we were at the FACTS event recently at the fairgrounds, which had a great turnout. We had a lot of stories that were shared over the last many years that I've been doing advocacy for suicide prevention. There's a few stories that I'd like to share that are a bit disturbing for our county and our community. One was from a woman whose son was suicidal. He ended up slitting his wrist and ended up in the ER. After he was stitched up, he was let go. No shoes, just hospital socks. That was in 2019. Recently, a family member was hospitalized for suicidal ideation at St. Joseph's in Stockton. He was a veteran and he was released 2 hours later. Thankfully, somebody took him to a VA hospital. And just a couple of months ago, a friend of mine's daughter ended up slitting her wrist and going to Adventist Health and was released after 3 hours. So I don't know what happened to the 72-hour 5150 hold, but it's not being utilized or it's being underutilized. So I think it's something that we really need to pay attention to, especially with the suicide rates in our county being the leading cause of death for our youth. With that said, there is a suicide prevention event at Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Enrichment Center Friday from 10 to 2, which we will be tabling at. There's a suicide prevention out of the darkness walk at MJC on Saturday the 28th. There's flyers in the back. And November 14th and 15th, Tuolumne Miwok Indian Health Center will be putting on a youth mental health summit that we will also be tabling at. And I also wanted to say that yesterday I personally took suicide prevention materials to almost every school in the county besides Groveland and Bellevue. Sorry, I just didn't get there. But every school was really warm and receiving, and none of them had gotten any suicide prevention materials from anyone else, and it is Suicide Prevention Month. So I felt it was very important to do. I gave them lots of magnets. I gave enough 988 magnets for every classroom, every high school classroom at Sonora and Somerville. So I have those materials. If anyone needs them, please reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm just looking out here to see what staff we have available. If you could make a connection and have a conversation, Tammy Mariscal is in the back of the room. She'd like to speak with you.
And if you have materials you'd like to get to Bellevue, you could maybe leave them up here at the desk, and I'll shoot them up there. Thanks.
Hey, good morning.
And I hope you all paid attention that there's been no suicide prevention resolution this month done by your board for probably the first time in 10 years. Not that I'm in favor of doing a resolution and nothing else, but that makes a statement that I think is pretty disappointing, especially to anyone who's lost a loved one in this past year to suicide. So I want to thank Public Health. I went and got my flu shot this morning. I was the first one in line. They had the correct form, so I was in and out in 3 minutes. And I actually got a card, which I've never gotten a flu vaccine card. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I would encourage people to take those preventative measures. Would anybody else like to speak under oral communications? Okay, seeing none, I will bring it back. Excuse me. So now it's a time for staff reports. So invite staff to come forward and give a brief overview update on what they have going in their respective areas. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. I appreciate Serena's commentary about the efforts in Tuolumne County. And Carol, I'm here today because I do recognize that we had a misstep with scheduling the proclamation for Suicide Prevention Week, which was beginning of the 14th. Yes, September is National Suicide Prevention Month. We recognize this month as a reminder of the profound importance of bringing difficult conversations about mental health and suicide into the open. Issues that impact so many in our community that are often left unspoken due to fear, stigma, and misunderstandings. Behavioral health struggles can be overwhelming. They can feel isolating and inescapable. That's why it is vital that we emphasize that no one should ever feel alone. We as a community must break down the silence that isolates and continue to have open, honest conversations about mental health. When we talk about these challenges, we create space for healing, and we let others know that it's okay to struggle, that it's okay to seek help, and that there is hope even in the most difficult of times. Throughout the year, county behavioral health works diligently to provide care for those in need. The services we provide are not just about treatment, but it's also about ongoing and essential efforts of suicide prevention, whether it is through crisis intervention, de-escalation, therapy, community support, and simply offering listening ears through the Enrichment Center and your Lambert Drop-In Center. In addition to the services provided by behavioral health, our county is fortunate to have a broad network of care partners who contribute to the well-being of those who are struggling. The vast private therapist pool, our clinics like Tuolumne Miwok Health Clinic, Red Feather, Adventist Health, and many others extend critical behavioral health services across our region, while school-based services ensure our young people have access to help they need. The County Veterans Service, too, provides therapy for those who have served our country and face their own unique challenges in the fight for mental wellness. Our contractors for suicide prevention and outreach efforts further support the community's organizations and essential partners such as ADCA, Yes Partnership, First Five, Catholic Charities, Public Health, Chicken Ranch Arena, and many more. Together, these organizations form a network that supports not only the providers of treatment, but helps in early recovery, early intervention, education, resources aimed at preventing mental health crises before they occur. Training like mental health first aid, youth mental health first aid, Safe Talk, applied suicide intervention skill training, also known as ASSIST, have been offered throughout the year by our dedicated contractors to community members, various groups, including schools. These trainings are designed to educate people on how to identify the signs of someone in distress, how to have difficult conversations about suicide, and to connect individuals with appropriate resources. These trainings ensure that everyone can be a part of the support network for those experiencing behavioral health challenges by raising awareness and providing the skills to have open, compassionate conversations. They break the stigma surrounding mental health and suicide. Participants leave our sessions empowered to act, knowing that they have the knowledge and the resources to make a difference. Knowing a simple act of connection, whether it be a family member, a friend, or a stranger, can offer help and restore someone's belief in their ability to endure. Over 250 individuals were trained just this past year. Providing these trainings, we foster a culture of care where everyone can participate in the role of supporting mental health. But there is so much more that can be done. We'll continue to raise awareness, to educate ourselves and others about the signs of mental health struggles, and strengthen our community by supporting one another. This year, in honor of Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, California's mental health movement, Take Action for Mental Health, is promoting a theme, Love Over Loneliness. So look forward to more throughout the year. Tuolumne County is ending the Suicide Prevention Month with our second annual Suicide Prevention Awareness event, as Serena noted, 10 a.m., 2 p.m. Friday, September 27th at the Enrichment Center. Please come and join us. Many of our partners will be present. In closing, to anyone who might be struggling with their mental health, I want them to know that they're not alone. And I encourage each and every one of us in this room and living in the community to be a beacon of hope for our community every single day. Thank you. I have some
Thank you.
flyers.
Good morning.
Good morning, Michelle Jaquetta, your Public Health Director. I'm here to share that after a 5-year hiatus, the Tuolumne County Health Fair is returning on Saturday, October 26th from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Motherlode Fairgrounds. This year, the event will be formatted around exhibits focused on common health and wellness concerns, including access to care, mental health and addiction, preventing and managing health conditions, physical fitness, eating well, and more. A variety of community organizations will be present at the exhibits and can help guide participants to the resources that they may need. Health screenings will be offered for the duration of the event, again from 7 to 2, and will include skin checks, foot exams, oral health, bone density, vision, hearing, pulmonary function, pulse oximetry, blood pressure, body fat, height and weight, and balance. And public health will also be there offering free flu shots. From 10 to 2, there will be live cooking demonstrations, drop-in fitness classes, car seat safety checks, and a prescription drug take-back station. As part of this year's new format, lab draws will not be available on site. However, lab draw vouchers will be available for purchase to use at the Adventist Health Sonora's outpatient labs. The vouchers will cost $50 and $10 for an optional PSA test. The vouchers will be good for 3 months from the date of the health fair. The health fair is being hosted by a committee including Tuolumne County Public Health, Adventist Health Sonora, Blue Zones Project Tuolumne County, Tuolumne Miwok Indian Health Center, Matheson Memorial Health Clinic, Area 12 Agency on Aging, and other local organizations. The committee is excited about bringing the health fair back to the county, and I'd like to thank all the organizations that are doing so much to make it happen. For more information, there's a website, and it can be found as a subpage within the Tuolumne County Public Health page, and there's a shortcut. It's bit.ly/TC Health Fair. But if you can just hunt that on the county website, then that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional staff reports.
Chairman Goldenberg.
Yes, please go ahead.
CEO Riggs, Mike Mizzou, Tuolumne County Animal Control. And I'm here to introduce to you Dr. Grace Bloom, who has recently signed a contract with the county and animal control to help with services at our shelter. So some of the things I may have brought this up before, but there are currently no on-call vets in Tuolumne County. Dr. Bloom will be helping us with that for our officers when they get calls in the middle of the night and have to drive to Turlock. She's also going to be starting with our registered veterinary technician, a spay-neuter clinic inside of our facility. So our shelter animals, when they leave, will be spayed and neutered when people adopt them. So those are two big things. She's born and raised. You probably know all over about her, probably more than I do because you all interact with her family all the time at Kennedy Meadows, I suppose. So I just like to introduce you to her. And if you have any questions, or she's on board right now and she's already at our shelter doing welfare checks on all our animals and vaccinated them and everything. So it's a big plus for the county. It's a huge thing. It may sound a little bit, but it's right now we don't have a mechanism to spay and neuter animals that go out the door. We give people money to make sure it gets done, but that's lost when it goes out the door. So this, we assure that these animals cannot have other animals. And the next thing I have is to show what happens when we don't spay neuter animals. Okay. Any questions of Dr. Grace or anything? Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Have 3 more coming up.
Good morning, board members. I am Officer Pfeiffer with Tuolumne County Animal Control, along with Officer Campbell and Shelter Attendant Brina. We were just here to talk to you about, or give you an update of all the puppies in our facility. Right now, we have 31 puppies in total, and that's not including large dogs. All from different litters. These ones, I believe this one is a part of a 9-group litter. This one's a part of a 4-group litter, and this one is 2 siblings left. We've gotten 2 adopted from this litter as well. We are obviously very over our max capacity. So we're trying to get a lot of animals adopted out, cats and dogs. Cats have a better chance at than dogs. And when we get too full, we have to go the routes, nobody wants to take. We do not enjoy doing it. So we're just trying to get it out there and see if we can get any out before we have to take that route. Anything you want to say?
Lots of puppies.
Yes. Yes.
I noticed that last week's my mother load's story, one of the top stories was the piglet. So let's try and do it again with the dogs and get you guys some help.
Yes.
And
The
are you guys
piglet
reaching
was
out to
adopted.
other counties as well? Like, are they in the same crisis mode or?
We
Everybody.
always reach out to every rescue that
Okay.
we have contacts with, every single rescue before that, and everybody is just inundated
Yes.
with puppies and dogs, and you know they help the best they can,
Okay.
but they are at capacity as well.
We work very close with FOAC,
Yeah.
but obviously they can't take much
Yeah.
right now. They take as much as they can, especially on the days that we know that we're gonna have to go the other direction. They try to take as many as they can. Usually they can take more puppies than large dogs. But yeah, everybody is too full,
Yeah.
max capacity.
I know FOAC will also they'll foster. So if anybody wants to foster, you go through them. The dogs from our facility.
Okay.
So you just let them know which dog, which A number, and you want to foster them, and they will do that
Cool.
for us.
Sharon's got a good idea. Let's get a picture of it. I'll post it as well. Cool. Thank you guys.
Thank
We're
you.
doing the dad thing. Can I get a photo soon? Yeah, he always does that at every single event. Thank you.
Thank
Well, I
you.
want to say one question real quick. And to anybody arguing with their partner at home about whether they should adopt an animal or not, is it free to come see all the puppies and kittens and animals too and
We
see
will
if?
do walkthroughs and we will make a point to, be available to walk anybody through that is interested in adopting. We're not there full time all the time, but we will, accommodate any times.
Yeah, if it's not in our business hours, if people just call
Mhm.
and we'll give them a call back, set up a time to come, we will open the door for them.
Yes.
That's
Just
what we
call
want.
animal
We want
control and schedule
animals adopted. So
And
as
now
long
that
as
we
there's
have
somebody there.
Grace, adoption fees should be not as,
Once they get.
once they get all done, spayed, neutered.
You're on.
Yep.
Cool. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Good morning.
I'm gonna end up with one of those puppies. I already know it. Good morning, board, CO Riggs, County Council Carrillo. My name is Cassandra Jenicky. I'm the District Attorney for Tuolumne County, and I have a couple of reasons to talk to you today. I wanted to give you an update on some of the DA's office staffing challenges, some recruitment and retention issues that we're seeing, tell you what the consequences of those struggles are right now, and then end hopefully on a high note with some of the really excellent work that my team is doing. So first, I want to start with an announcement that we did receive the Office of Traffic Safety grant to add a vertical DUI prosecution team to Tuolumne County. Staffing that position, however, requires an experienced prosecutor, and they are not, it's not raining experienced prosecutors across the state or across the nation. And so this really highlights for us the fact that recruitment and retention struggles are at an all-time high for prosecutors. There's an issue with wages, the high cost of living, but more importantly, people who become prosecutors do it because we love our communities and this is how we choose to serve that community. But the heavy caseloads and the truly high, well-warranted expectations that we have of our prosecutors makes it so at this rate, 93% of prosecutors have thought about leaving the profession in the last 3 months. And we know that from the National Prosecutor Retention Survey done by the National District Attorneys Association. The high stress of our jobs is dangerous to our attorneys' well-being, our staff's well-being, and it is certainly affecting our health and our sanity. I certainly know that it's affecting mine. Our profession is also one that's well known for maladaptive coping skills, and so I truly do worry for my attorneys and their families every day. So since January, we have had at least one attorney vacancy in our office. We are currently budgeted for 7 positions, including myself, for licensed level attorneys. Since June, we've had 2 vacancies, and we are currently operating with 1 attorney vacancy after we had a new deputy DA start on the 16th of September. She comes to us pretty much right out of law school, and so we're very excited to have her, but she won't be taking a full caseload for several months. We also have 2 folks who are out on protected leave, and what that means is that we are currently operating with 3 full-time attorneys. We have 2 incredible part-time relief attorneys. one of them being Eric Hovater. But he is retired, and so we're, competing with him wanting to be retired, which is understandable. And so what that means is that I'm doing the job of 3 attorneys in my office, my actual job as the DA, and then the job of 2 misdemeanor deputies. And then my assistant and our remaining deputy DA are doing the job of at least 2 felony deputies. We are consistently working 10, 12, 14-hour days if we're in trial. And if you stop by on the weekend, you would see us. We are at the office. I'm regularly there all day on Sundays. This is an untenable task for us. And I fear losing the folks that I have now. So I have talked to you before about the constitutional obligations that I have and how we were rapidly reaching a point of no return. And I unfortunately have reached that point. So what that means is that we have had to make decisions based on not what we should do, but what we can do. And so we are significantly limited in the cases that we can file right now. What that means is that misdemeanor and felony cases where an individual is not arrested, they're not being reviewed right now. There are large categories of cases that we are rejecting, not because the crime didn't happen, but because due process demands that I only file the cases that I can handle. Our outreach to the community is significantly limited, if not non-existent. And we are not responding to early prison petition releases, and we are not attending parole hearings. Now, don't ever let it be said that I'm only doom and gloom, because the incredible work being done by our office is truly remarkable. From May 1st to present, we've received over 1,200 cases to be reviewed for filing, and only 270 of those remain. Since May 1st, we've completed 10 jury trials with 10 guilty verdicts. These have included a domestic violence related kidnapping by a person who has repeatedly committed domestic violence. A person was convicted of negligent discharge in a Twain Harte neighborhood of a firearm as a felon in possession of 10 firearms. We have also successfully retried a forcible sodomy case. We've worked on resolving serious cases, including homicides. We continue to work on sexually violent predator cases, both pre and post commitment. And as I said, we are attempting to connect with our community by attending the School Attendance Review Board. We attended the Fentanyl Awareness Campaign event this weekend, and we're going to be adding the OTS Vertical Prosecution Unit, but we're having to use somebody internal for that. Because of the experienced prosecutor requirement, we're not going to be able to recruit for a 1-year grant position. And so I bring all this to you to let you and the community know that we're doing the best we can with what we have. I think what we are doing is truly remarkable, and I'm so incredibly grateful to my staff for their continued dedication to seeing justice done in Tuolumne. It's not a position that we wanted to be in, but as I noted, due process rights of defendants trumps my constitutional obligation to protect the community, because ultimately the tie goes to the runner. So I'm very grateful to my staff. They're doing incredible work. We couldn't do it without the support of our support team and our victim witness advocates and my management team. And so big thank you to them for continuing to fight the fight. Thanks.
Good morning.
Good morning, Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. Just 2 brief announcements. I wanted to let the public know that tonight, September 24th, and tomorrow night, September 25th, from 6 to 7:30 p.m., we'll be having public forums for the next round of our progress on the Airport Land Use Commission plan. This is a land use plan that deals with land uses around the airport. So not airport operations, not businesses within an airport, but it has to do with land uses around the airport and ensuring that the county doesn't take any action that would jeopardize the future operations of the airport. Tonight, the meeting is in Groveland at the CRC. Tomorrow night, the meeting is at Columbia Elementary School in the cafeteria. Those are 6 to 7:30, and the public is welcome to join us. I also just want to thank, we had a monumental step in the ANF building, and I wanted just to take a moment to thank your board, thank IT, facilities, thank Darren Johnson and our CAO's office, is that all of our door locks now work. And this is a feat that took several years to accomplish, but I guarantee that all of the staff who work in the building appreciate the security and the reliability of the system that was put in place. And I just want to thank, again, the county staff members who worked on that at our urging, and your board for directing that to happen. So just wanted to thank you all for that. That project is complete. Thank you. Have a good day.
The additional staff reports. Okay. So I'll close out staff reports. We're going to move on to the consent calendar, and got some information to share here. On our agenda, consent calendar item number 3 is being pulled by staff today. We will not hear that item today. There was, this is number 3. There was some concerns as far as the language, and so this will be brought back at a later date, probably October 1st, but I'm not sure. In addition, consent number 9, I will be pulling that item so that we have discussion amongst the board and allow for public input as well. And then consent item number 14, this was inadvertently placed on consent calendar. It should have been on the regular agenda. So we will be hearing this item today. It is going to go under department items. I guess we could call this item 16A, I think, maybe. Just looking at the layout of our agenda. And so that'll be under HR for discussion at that time. So those 3 items are ones that I have, 2 by staff and 1 by myself, and I'll look to the board if there's any additional requests for pulls from the consent calendar. Supervisor Kirk.
I don't have a request for a pull, but my question was on number 9, isn't there a deadline to submit a letter? And what is that? Just because I want to make sure we don't miss that deadline.
I believe that deadline was September 30th. That's correct?
September 30th? Sorry.
He wants to pull it for discussion. He doesn't want to pull it completely off.
Oh,
the
okay,
agenda.
okay.
We're just going to have discussion.
Sorry, I thought you meant pull that.
Not pull it
Okay,
entirely, no. To have discussion amongst the board as well as.
I misunderstood. Sorry, thank you.
Any additional board members? Do you have anything else that you would like to see pulled? Okay, so with that said, I'll look to the clerk of the board to please read the consent calendar, less items number 3, number 9, and number 14.
Item number 1, determining there is a need to continue the emergency actions ordered by the county administrative officer as a result of a series of storms from February 2023 through March 2023 pursuant to Public Contract Code 22050 and TCOC 3.22.060 or 5th vote required. Item number 2, determining there's a need to continue the emergency actions ordered by the county administrative officer as a result of a severe storm on or about March 1st, 2024 pursuant to Public Contract Code 22050 and TCOC 3.22.060 or 5th vote required. Item number 4, determining there's a need to continue the emergency actions ordered by the county administrative officer as a result of a flood damage on August 19th, 2024 at the Navigation Center pursuant to Public Contract Code 22050 and TCOC 3.22.060 or 5th vote required. Item number 5, approving an agreement with Adventist Health Sonora to provide vouchers for laboratory blood draws during the annual health fair in the amount not to exceed $100,000 from October 1st, 2024, September 30th, 2025, and authorize the county administrator officer to sign all related documents included in the fiscal year 24-25 recommended budget. Item number 6, approving the annual certification statements required by the Department of Health Care Services for the California Children's Services Program and the Healthcare Program for Children in Foster Care for fiscal year 2024-2025, and authorizing the board chair and county administrator to sign. Item number 7, approving a contract of sale of real property for assessor's parcel 059-234-002-00-16319 Stent Cutoff Road, Jamestown, California 95372, between the County of Tuolumne and Jan and Maria Steenkamp, a married couple, and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents. Item number 8, declaring various equipment and vehicles as not required for public use and surplus, and authorizing the purchasing agent to sell or dispose of the property through e-waste, scrap metal, online auction, and/or one-day sale at the Sheriff's Boat Patrol Yard located at 10915 North Airport Road, Columbia, California, on a date to be determined. Item number 10, waiving the second reading and adopting an ordinance, amending Title II of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code by amending Section 2.38.020 to reduce membership on the Historic Preservation Review Commission from 9 to 7 members. Item number 11, approving a letter of support for the American Forest Foundation grant proposal to the USDA Forest Service Inflation Reduction, IRA, Forest Landowner Support Program. Item number 12, approving of an architectural design and construction service agreement to Lionakis for the restoration of the Groveland Community Hall in the amount of $569,375. Item number 13, appointing John Latore as a District 1 representative to the Tuolumne County Planning Commission with a term to expire on February 15th, 2025.
Okay, thank you. So I'll look to the board for any comments on items, and I do have a comment on 2 items that I'll go ahead and make at this time. One of them is considering consent calendar item number 5. I just wanted to express very strong and deep appreciation to Adventist Health Sonora for their participation. This is a new way of going about it. This year, instead of doing the blood draws at the health fair itself, they're going to do a voucher program. People will be able to pay for and pick up vouchers at the rates as shown on the item here. But it is substantially, very substantially cheaper than people could achieve those same tests, and quite a bit lower than other counties have done. So I just wanted to express that appreciation. And also for item number 13, that I appreciate John Latore stepping up to be nominated for going on to the Planning Commission for my District 1. And I'll look to the board if there's any additional comments. Supervisor Campbell.
I'll just agree with your comments about Mr. Latore. I served with him on the Solid Waste Committee for a number of years, and he's very conscientious and dedicated to the community, and I believe he's been on the Planning Commission before in the past, so I think he'll be a good addition.
Very good. Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you. I just had one comment about the sale of real assets there in the Sten Schoolhouse. I know this has been a side project there, and I'm really happy to see that this is moving forward. My thanks to staff. Hopefully this is something that's going to take what is, I think, currently an unused county asset that we're paying to maintain, but without a purpose, and turn this into something that's going to be a community benefit, and we won't have to mow the grass anymore. So I think it's a win-win. So thank you to staff.
Very good. Any additional board comments? Okay, seeing none, is there any public comment on items on the consent calendar? Good morning.
Good morning. So thank you, Supervisor Brandon. The county has been keeping the grass cut there because I'm always concerned about the cemetery next door. So I do hope that turns into something really wonderful. And then on item 13, I would also like to thank Jan Latore for stepping up again. And Supervisor Campbell is correct. He was on the Planning Commission for quite a long time until he was unceremoniously dumped, but that's another issue. So I'm really hoping that he will come to the Planning Commission, even for the short term, to provide some leadership and set an example of what a planning commissioner does and how they behave at a planning commission, as a planning commission, because yours is an embarrassment right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on consent items? Okay, so I'll bring it back to the board and looking for a motion.
So moved with the recommended ones pulled. Is that fine? Is that good by council? Okay, good.
Work?
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so any opposed? Any abstains? Okay, so the balance of the consent items less items 3, 9, and 14. So as previously said, item 3 will be brought back at a later date. Item 14 will be heard today, but as item 16A, we'll call it. So that brings us to item 9. And so I asked for this to be pulled for a couple of different reasons. One, this is a pretty important issue, and I feel that it is not something that should be handled just under consent, that it probably should have been a regular agenda item, and however that occurred, there was some mix-up on communications, but we're where we are at. And so I just wanted to, put this out to the board. First of all, I'll look to board members themselves if you have any questions about the items that are, before us here in number 9. Yes, and please, I'm sorry, if the clerk could please read item 9.
Item number 9, adopting Resolution 8124 and approving a letter of non-support for Yosemite National Park's VAMP program and process.
Okay, so now I'll look to the board again at this point. Okay, I personally have some concerns about where are we going with this, and I know, Supervisor Haft, that you've spent a lot of time and effort with a number of different groups, including other counties, including reaching out to other political entities, including federal offices, working with Visit Tuolumne County, our lodging association. There's a lot of concerns as to what's been occurring with the Yosemite National Park reservation system, and how well is the system working for the intended purpose of making it a more pleasurable experience for the visitors that are coming to this park. And we certainly have many, many people that come here for that exact reason. But there's also some distinct concerns regarding economics and some of the negative parts of this, in that same reservation system does not appear to be reacting in the manner that we would like to see in looking at the economics, not just for Tuolumne County, but the other counties that have entrances into the park, as far as their visitors and properties, being able to get into the park without having difficulties. And yes, there are some exceptions. You could, during peak periods, you could go in if you enter before 5 a.m. Well, that's a pretty tough one for a lot of people to do. After 4 p.m. in the middle of summer, not the worst thing. It doesn't get dark till 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe even a little bit later. People can still have an experience, but there's a void in there. And so the properties that are trying to advertise and have visitors, come to their properties, they're having difficulties because some of their visitors cannot get into the park, and they're coming from around the world. So I understand all those complexities. I was concerned about the language in the letter, excuse me, that was drafted that is for consideration by our board, and as well as the resolution. I believe that there's more work to be done here, and it's certainly not because there has not been great efforts to do exactly that, to try to come to conclusions. I have had recent discussions with the park superintendent and expressed some of my own personal feelings about this and asked for consideration. Our board action in looking at this item and approving both the letter and the resolution, that's not the last step. There's still time for the park to be able to react and figure out perhaps could they do a little bit of massaging and come up with some different thoughts in how to address the concerns both of visitors and overcrowding, as well as the economic factors. So I'm just giving that background, where I'm coming from on this. And at this point, I'll look for public comment. I'm sorry, Supervisor Campbell.
So I share some of your same concerns, that there are elements of the letter and the resolution that I agree with and elements that I don't agree with. I guess so we're coming up on a deadline of September 30th to make a response. Is that correct? Who's the staff member that's
Well, this was
together?
put forth by Supervisor Haas, and maybe
put
she
this
can
together?
address.
So, yeah, I don't know if there's a way we can either respond individually or come back and work through some of the elements here, because some of these things I don't agree with, and I'm not sure are quite accurate. So I'm not sure if holding off on this till later in the meeting is appropriate, or because I don't know that I haven't had any chance to provide feedback into this until reading it on the agenda, and so I didn't know this was going to be an issue that we would be taking up at this meeting. So I'm just going off of the letter and then the resolution, and there's a couple of things that don't quite jibe with what I think is intended in the visitor access management plan. If there's some way we could restrict it just to the elements, the key elements I think we agree on, which is that we want to make access to other portions of the park available. That I really agree with that there needs to be a distinction between Yosemite Valley and Yosemite National Park, which, as we know, is much, much larger than just the valley floor where 90% of the visitor traffic is. But it kind of, like the letter starts out with just an assumption that we're almost accusing the park of ending the pilot program early, and I couldn't find any place where they had planned on it being extended. So if could you kind of expand on why that comment was in the letter? Because I didn't understand that part of it. I guess there's a lot of elements in here that I'm not privy to what the background is about why it's included in the letter. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I can't point to exactly where, but they are ending this prematurely, 2.5 months prematurely. They've decided that we're done. So that kind of sets the stage for the tone.
And if I can add to that, something that came up from some of the DMO partners was that the report, in addition to that being ended early, was drafted at that point and ready to go. That's something that, as we know, takes generally several months. And so the report with the conclusions, it's a very reasonable suspicion, was already being worked on like halfway through basically the pilot period which was already using somewhat odd years for data.
And I might add that we've been going through this now for at least 3.5 years, maybe not quite 4. And we've done resolutions on this before, and it seems to be a one-size-fits-all, just limit the park, which limits the valley, use the most exclusive, meaning excluding policy that you possibly can. And we're not saying anything about, we want to have the park, the preservation of the park considered also, but it seems to be a very, like blinders on, we're just going for this one thing and you're going to agree with us and we're going to end this early because we're going to make it happen. And so that's why the tone of the letter is the way it is, because we have been responding over the years and explaining that we would like a more creative approach. And there have been all sorts of comments from the Gateway communities. And by the way, that was a comment from the U.S. Congressman Tom McClintock at the Oakhurst meeting. And he, I'll let Supervisor Brandon talk about that because he was actually there. But nobody is happy with the direction and the tone that the park is taking. So that is why you get the flavor of the letter and the resolution as it is.
So I will add to that, and again, this has been going on for some time. We recognize that there was some exceptions made the year 2023, where they went outside of the reservation system, and they had some very terrible problems in the park that year. And I know visitors personally that got wrapped up in that. They went to the park for a good experience. They came from out of state. They got on a shuttle that was able to take them to a trailhead where they could hike in and see a waterfall. And then they had supreme difficulties in getting back to their vehicle because shuttle after shuttle after shuttle was jam-packed full. And so that's something that obviously the park needs to look at those situations, whether they need to, if you can't just, in my estimation, just open it up to no controls, but where do we meet, to address those things, because it's a fantastically beautiful national park that's, we're very fortunate to have, and many people come to Tuolumne County and we see a lot of benefits. People are very happy to go to the parks. So I get that, but I am concerned about the tones that are being used here, but I also understand there's great frustrations in what is at least perceived to be inability to make any progress. And so I've personally in the last few days after reading through these documents, I've reached out to the park. I had a phone call this morning with Cicely Muldoon, the park superintendent, and asked her to give consideration, to some of the areas of concern. Now, yes, there's a deadline of September 30th. We can bring forward this letter, the resolution as is, and pass it as a board. Personally, I think it would be very difficult at this time to try and make many, if hardly any adjustments to it, just because of the complexities involved here. So I'm more in tune to, if that process, either we can approve it or not. I don't know that waiting till the end of the day will really buy us, much, if anything, as far as coming to, a resolution here. So if there's additional board comments, I'll take them. But other than that, I'd like to hear from the public, because I've had a number of people from the public reach out. Supervisor Brandon, go ahead before we start
Great, thank
public.
you. I think kind of looking at this in grand jury terms, I think on the issue that we're talking about, which is overcrowding at points, the term would be partially agree. I think we agree that that is a problem at different areas, but there's a lot more that's at stake and things that we've weighed in several times before as a board in support, as well as in alignment with our DMOs, our other county partners, various hospitality entities, about alternative plans that frankly haven't been considered. What the response has generally been from the park to anyone that it's not in general agreement has been dismissive, government nothingness answers. We spent an hour, 2 hours in Oakhurst, as mentioned with Congressman McClintock, who had specifically said that there, under no superintendent, has been more calls and complaints than under this current superintendent about communication, about public relations under it. And at that meeting, using their own data from hospitality and the various partners who were exceptionally well researched in it, talking about the visitorship, the Merced River Plan, talking about the visitorship to the park and guidelines with it, suggesting viable alternatives to move some of this off the valley floor and less sledgehammer approaches. Not a single point was acknowledged by the park, any staff, or the superintendent, using their own data, that this has any harm to communities, that there's anything that could be changed. The only thing was, respectfully, I disagree. Respectfully, I disagree. Oh, you can submit some stakeholder feedback. We've been doing this for a long time and we haven't seen anything. So to run through very quick, there's specific things like Nixle, the phone notification service, when there is parking available, not opening that up to allow more folks to go through, all the way up to the most major economic impacts, 15 to 25% reduction in hospitality lodging on the corridor, affecting our constituencies on the east side, also on the west side, but also our revenues as well. The pilot program being an issue too, some of the program data that came in there, for example, on impacts to communities was not inflation adjusted. So it shows a flat line, and yet, of course, we know inflation's taken a lot. That's data manipulation. And then looking at also the baseline years. 2020 to 23, none of those years were very normal. Between COVID, the bounce back, historic waterfalls, we're looking at really exceptional ones. Actually, in the Merced River Plan, which governs Yosemite, it's 540,000, 600,000 per month, depending valley floor in the whole park. Right now, it's been under those numbers in occupancy, so it's peaked above the amount, but the total per month has not actually expanded it. There's no plan, despite budget increases, to expand access. More attention is being paid to the sanitary plants, getting tens of millions of dollars in the back line of Yosemite area there. And Congressman McClintock mentioned at that meeting that the U.S. Forest Service has been called up before Congress to account for things that he had seen as major issues, and that his intent was come January to suggest a review of Yosemite National Park actions related to this. So I just want to say that this has been, I think, very carefully talked about, discussed, a lot of advocacy done behind the scenes and in public in these meetings. We've passed similar resolutions, and this is, at that meeting, a point I think that was shared by every county, every DMO, the hospitality partners, the chamber members, the folks that were there, that we are all united in saying that this is the worst type of government process where a federal government agency does a program and solicits utterly meaningless stakeholder input without coming to us with a problem, saying, let's figure out a solution. They say, we have a solution, but we're not going to tell you until we hear your perspective, and then we'll tell you it without editing it. And that to me has been very frustrating, and it has a major impact to our community. So I appreciate Supervisor Half writing this letter. I think it does reflect the sentiments of all the email chains we've been on about this. It's not just coming out of nowhere. And I don't think it'd be wise for us to be out of alignment on that. And let me stress too, just the final point. There's a lot of emails that came in saying, but what about the problems at Yosemite? This is not disagreeing that there are things that need to be done, that there are things that can be improved. It's saying that, again, this is a sledgehammer approach that is not listening to the people that it affects and harms the most. And they have an opportunity to do a better job working with us than working around or without us in that process. And that is something I think we stand for on any issue, to state, federal agencies, other groups. I think that's easy to stand behind.
So I'll just make a final comment on some of that. Overcrowding issues at Yosemite National Park have been there for many, many, many years. Okay, this is not an unknown. So you, Supervisor Brandon, you discuss, the current park superintendent looking at taking some action, and quite honestly, I feel that took guts to go there, because nobody really was willing to take that on and proactively try to do something to correct the situations that were occurring. And the overcrowding at times can have very, very long-lasting effects. When you have overcrowding in vehicles, people pulling into sensitive meadows, doing damage that takes many years to correct those types of problems. So again, I'm looking at both sides of this. I understand it, but it's this particular park superintendent, by whatever choice, and I don't know how that decision came about, where she decided to proactively look at the overcrowding issue. But many other park superintendents did not take that step in the past, and perhaps it's unfortunate that they did not. So let's hear from the public, please.
Good morning, John Buckley. With this resolution, the board is with this item, the board is considering a resolution and letter as been described on the Yosemite Visitor Access Plan. Unfortunately, at the behest of the business interests, the resolution contains many misleading statements, including a number of misstatements that you just made that I won't have time to even begin to refute in the 3 minutes allowed. But a beginning point, it is completely, absolutely incorrect that the pilot project is being ended prematurely. That's just completely not correct. It goes all the way through into next month, as it's always been planned to do all along. If you guys actually read the wording of the resolution, it doesn't say it's being ended early. It says because it's concluding before the results can't be incorporated into the draft plan with which a decision will be made, when in reality, the draft final decision is not going to be made until months after the end of the pilot project. So a key context for why you're opposing it is incorrect. The wording in the resolution also falsely suggests that the park can't consider all the other data from the previous test projects of 4 years, 3 previous years of visitor management plans, and last year, which was the same as alternative A in this, which is unlimited vehicles. And the park found that there was so much congestion and traffic concerns, they deemed it unacceptable. And there were front page articles in the Chronicle and other about how terrible it was to experience Yosemite. Contrary to the resolution, this visitor plan is not being rushed. Has been pointed out for 20 years, the park has acknowledged there are all these issues tied to vehicles and congestion. The last 2 years, the park has gone to great lengths to engage the public, and there are 4 alternatives. If you want unlimited vehicles, you should be supporting alternative A. If you want a metered time entry system, you should be supporting alternative C. If you want a Yosemite visitation reservations only, you should be supporting alternative D. You guys aren't responding to the public opportunity with input that's on the available right now. Instead, you're saying don't move forward with the plan, and there's all these things that are in the resolution that are incorrect. The preferred alternative, alternative B, would utilize a day use reservation system, which many businesses don't want. But as I've shared with Lee Zimmerman and others, it aims to maximize the number of vehicles and visitors while staying below levels of traffic jams, capacity thresholds, and triggers that require more restrictions. If adopted, it would mean less of a spike. Is that 1 minute, correct?
No, you're at the end. Sorry. Additional public comment.
I would ask that you do not pass this resolution as it is currently worded, and that you might offer your suggestions for what you would like to see in the plan that are not currently in alternative B, which is apparently their preferred plan. I would think that it would be in the best interest of the gateway businesses that visitors have a very positive experience when they visit Yosemite. And so that they would go home and tell their family and friends, I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself, Chris Barsanti from Columbia. They would go home and tell their family and friends that they had a great experience, and you should go. It's absolutely magnificent. It's beautiful. I don't understand how visitors who have to get stuck for hours in traffic jams, can't find a place to park, circle around and around and around, would want to return, or that when they go home to tell their family and friends, oh yeah, go see Yosemite. You can drive around for hours in circles. I mean, I was there once during that time. I would never go back again. It's just horrible. And I love Yosemite and go there as often as I can off season because I don't want to be subjected to that kind of awful experience. Not to mention, you know, the illegal parking, damage to the grounds, the terrain in Yosemite, and the air pollution that's caused by all those cars. I think if visitors if gateway community lodging establishments would encourage their people to use yards, there would be less traffic. They could get into the park, walk around, they could, see what they want to see. And also, I think it's important to emphasize that you would like to see some sort of way to manage people in the valley itself and encourage people to go to the other beautiful parts of the park, and that lodging establishments and Visitors Bureau would have to emphasize what is available to see in, Tuolumne Meadows, Glacier Peak, and all of the other, attractions in the park. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Tom Parrington. My comment is we've had two years during COVID when the reservation system was in effect and the park was much better for it. And then after the disastrous experience of 2023, the reservation system has been implemented again during the summer. And I think we've had 3 different trials that show a reservation system does improve the experience. Personally, I don't go into the park during the summer months because even with the reservation system, it's still a more crowded experience than the fall and spring are much better. What I would point out is any place that has the attraction of so many visitors has a reservation system. Disneyland has a reservation system. Vatican Museum has a reservation system. Those institutions don't have to put up with traffic congestion with all vehicles trying to crowd in as well. And so I urge you to support a reservation system and not be so negative. This is a very negative approach in the face of the Park Service that's tried to struggle with these problems for years. And I really encourage you to work with the system and not fight the Park Service. Tom Parrington, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Stan Dotson. I'm testifying today as a citizen. I'm a homeowner and resident in Tuolumne City. I ask you to reject the proposed comment letter and the resolution that so strongly opposes Alternative B in Yosemite's Visitor Access Management, Yosemite's Visitor Access Management Plan. The resolution states that it represents a broad coalition, but really the only broad coalition is that of business interests. The resolution in no way represents me, the visitor experience, or those who want to protect the park's natural resources for years to come. As a Tuolumne County resident, I would like to visit Yosemite, even in the summer. but I wouldn't dare without a reservation system in place like this year's pilot or what's described in Alternative B. This summer, I visited Yosemite twice on the weekends with the pilot reservation system in place. I was pleased to see somewhat moderated crowds, limited traffic congestion, and a few empty parking spaces, at least near where I wanted to be. Both very different experiences than a terrible trip that I experienced last summer when it was nothing but a free-for-all. As a reminder of the mayhem inside the park just last year, I'd like to share an Instagram post from @YosemiteNPS on June 22nd, 2023. And I quote from their post: "Yosemite has been very busy this summer. Arrive by 8 a.m. to avoid long lines to get to the park and full parking lots once inside the park. If you arrive later than 8 a.m. on weekends and some weekends, here is what you should expect. 1, you will wait in line at park entrances for 2 hours or more. 2, once inside the park, you will encounter additional delays with very slow or stop traffic, especially in the Yosemite Valley. 3, you will not be able to find parking. 4, you will not be able to get to eastern Yosemite Valley. Once the valley is full, all vehicles are turned around near El Capitan. 5, you will not be able to use shuttle buses because they will be full. 6, you will see lots of people on trails. And finally, 7, you will wait in line at visitor service facilities like visitor centers, restaurants, restrooms, etc." In response to that message, there are hundreds of posted comments that were very critical of conditions at the park, but the very first one states it best. "No, thank you," it reads. Now, there is a strong argument to exclude private vehicles entirely from the valley, and such a plan would not be unprecedented in the national park system. Yet the resolution before you today is the other extreme that seems to treat this iconic place as nothing more than a cash machine. Alternative B is a reasonable solution that will temper traffic jams and give park leadership the flexibility needed to adjust as lessons are learned, balancing economic issues and their park mandates. For me personally, as a local, the effort to obtain a reservation is a small price to pay for a much more enjoyable experience, and most importantly, so we can protect those resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning again. I'm Lisa Mayo, President and CEO for Visit Tuolumne County. And I'm just hearing so many things right now that are hard. It's going to be really hard to address all of them. I've been involved in many, many meetings about this, dating back actually to when I started at Visit Tuolumne County in about 2012. And there has always been the gateway partners that have come together. I'm talking about the destination marketing organizations with the support of the park and the park superintendents. They actually helped funded some marketing programs that we did where we encouraged park visitation to be at different times, like early in the morning or come late in the afternoon, and all before the reservation system. Some of the things I'm hearing, we look at 2023 and what a mess, but Tioga Road was closed into July, I believe, because of all the snowfall. That took a lot of people and sent them right into the valley rather than dispersing them throughout the park. There's a lot of little things like this that aren't generally known maybe, but I've been very close to the subject, especially the last few months. I attended as recently as yesterday a meeting with park leadership, and much of the suggestions that were put out there, the creative approaches, fell again on deaf ears. We are not getting a response from the park that is creative, that is solution oriented. It's this, they're putting out, here's what you can choose from. We like this one. It's kind of, they already do have in their minds what they want. As far as the pilot program goes, the pilot is still continuing. It continues into October with the park already making their alternative choice. So there's a lot there. I think it is important for us to come to, I think what we want to ask the park is, can you slow this process down so that we can come together on, again, creative solutions? We realize there needs to be some sort of reservation system. There are times that it is crazy in there, and we want visitors to have a great experience. The park itself has said they turn around 700 cars per day at the gates. According to their numbers of 2.9 people on average per car, that's almost 2,100 people a day that are turned away from Yosemite National Park. Many people, this is their bucket list. Some are coming from across the globe, some are coming from across the country, some are coming from the Central Valley for this one day to go to the park just to be turned away. There has got to be a better solution, and I do believe that this resolution is part of a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Additional public comment. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Yosemite isn't the only park that has got issues. A few years ago, my wife and I went to Zion, and they had definitely a restricted area where we could not, and it was a prime area that we really wanted to see, and we weren't able to get into that area. Did we have a good experience still? Yes. I mean, we took some very nice hikes and saw areas, but we were blocked out of areas because of overcrowding issues. So in any case, back to the board here. Supervisor Brandon, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I think with the comments brought up, nobody up here or in the demos or gateways or any of that, I think, are disagreeing that there are issues. It's stated in the points in every single meeting. I just don't think it's fair to demonize the businesses that support the park, support the hospitality experience for it, the local governments that also represent the folks. And I know that not everybody agrees on this issue, but I think that pretty much all of the local elected representatives that have that task do agree, because we look at the economic impacts. We also look at the environmental and cultural impacts. We look at the 2,100 people per day coming back into our communities upset, and the bad business experiences happening when they go back to a hotel or a restaurant or something. Folks that similarly are going to say, no way, I'm not going to do this again. The issue has been the park has been fixated on, I think, one solution from the beginning, and not really considering alternatives. Even the alternatives presented, which there are just different versions of the same VAMP plan. It's not really anything that's creative or whatever. And what came forward, I think, from these business interests, again, was, and more than that too, but creative. It was a lot of the solutions actually brought up. It was looking at better utilizing yards. It was at specific site-based reservations, because you can limit the number of people, but what if they still all go to the same spot that is the most popular? You could have half the people in the park and still get crowding at certain areas. It talked about parking and access upgrades in the lesser used areas of the park, alternatives for mass transit. All of those were the recommendations that were the alternative to this, that for a year or more have been recommended, and really nothing's heard into it. So that I wanted to say is the issue, and I wanted to kind of close with the comparison. Anybody driven 108 on some of the holiday weekends south of Jamestown, there's some traffic, right? You could hit some congestion there, right? There's other areas of the county, I know we don't have to deal with too much congestion here, where you got to plan for that. Well, imagine if, in considering that, we came in, or Caltrans came in and said, there's too many cars, there's too much congestion. We're going to, at the 120, 108 junction, put strict traffic controls. We are going to limit how many people can come into the county. We are going to turn away those cars once we hit a certain threshold, because we don't want to have congestion. And when the businesses complain and say, hey, this is undermining our livelihood, when the governments complain and say, hey, there's a lot of revenue and access issues here, and we would say, well, that's a selfish opinion, you're in it for yourselves. Is that fair? It's a very similar thing to what the park is doing. And I think what we need to be doing is working together. But if we're not at that table, that's not working together. That's just kind of following along with what they want to do. We also have to stand up for our communities. It's not meant to be negative. The first step was never negative. This is negative after a lot of times of not being considered for a creative solution. I think we'd get all the people together and say, we agree on the problem, let's figure that out. That's the rejection. And so when our head of marketing, when our local businesses, when some of our chambers, when all the other 3 gateway groups are saying the same thing, it's odd that Tuolumne County, as the most traveled corridor, would be the one that doesn't agree, I think, with the statements that it's not that there's no solution needed, but this solution is not creative, and it's a sledgehammer approach.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate the discussion on this. I don't want to belabor it. I know we need to get going on this, but there are some elements of this that I agree with, and then other parts I don't agree with, and then a couple things that I'd like to see added before I support it. So really, with the resolution, I don't have a whole lot of problem with the resolution. I think it covers a lot of the areas. Really, the only thing that I would recommend we remove from the resolution would be the 13th whereas, where it says, whereas the fact that is evidenced almost daily during pilot phase by numerous employee parking spaces, numerous empty spaces during ticketed entry periods and so on, that paragraph right there. I don't think that's a really strong argument to say that because there are empty parking spaces, that means that the park is not at capacity. To me, that whole paragraph is not a particularly good argument, and I don't agree with it. So if we remove that, the other thing that the issue that I have with the letter is we're basically saying that the national park, I just don't see, and maybe you can explain it better, but I don't see how that they're ending this pilot program early. Because I look at their website and it gives the deadline of September 30th for, I mean, that's what it says on the website, and that the project is going to continue through October 22nd or 27th. So it seems to me like they're doing what they say they're doing. So for us to accuse them of not following their procedure, I don't think is accurate. Okay, so those are the two things that I would remove is references to them closing the program early, and then the 13th whereas. The thing that I think we need, I really agree with, is the fact that we want to emphasize travel to additional parts of the park, so all that's good. Asking for more time, that I have no problem with that. And then the only thing that I would add that's not included, there's no mention of yards. Supervisor Brandon brought up yards. I think the fact that that the Yosemite area counties are basically paying for a JPA all by ourselves to support public transit into the national park is a tremendous resource for the public, for visitation, and it needs more support from Yosemite. And the fact that they're not looking at that as an option to decrease their visitation and car traffic in the valley, that absolutely needs to be considered. And so I would really like to see that included either as a portion of the resolution or outlined in the letter, or both, preferably. And that's it. So remove the 13th whereas, remove reference to them closing it early, and then addition of yards. And again, I know that's a lot of changes and it makes it kind of difficult, but if we put these things through committees and have staff input on them, I think it would make it easier so that we wouldn't have to go through this process here and make the sausage right during the board meeting. So that's what's available to me. So with those changes, I would support it.
I'm just going to say,
I want to see if any other board members would like to speak first, please. Supervisor Kirk.
I'm just sitting here thinking I'm a little frustrated because it sounds like some of these conversations have been taking place since 2012. And there's nothing worse than being involved in meetings and it all be for nothing. Part of me feels like this is all for nothing because the park's going to do what they're going to do. But as board members, we have responsibilities to speak on behalf of our constituents and also what we think is best. So simply, I agree, the park is a mess. I've been to Zion. I love the system that was in place. It's different though. It's apples and oranges. They had a lot of parking availability prior to the park. So I agree that something needs to change. But when I look at the options, when I look at A through D, I remember having a conversation with a lot of people in the industry a couple of years ago, and there was some really good suggestions and ideas, and it was fair, and it was, I think, going to give us a really good shot at kind of doing all the above. And when I look at the options, I simply just don't see any of that input being taken in. So I agree, we need to say something. I'll kind of leave it to half as far as Campbell's recommendations. I would like to, as a board, have a 5-0 vote on this, just so we're unanimous. We are the gateway community, along with, I mean, there's very few counties that are gateway to Yosemite, so we very much so need to say something and be loud and vocal, not in a disrespectful way, but in all honesty, when I hear people get up and say they've been part of meetings since 2012 and none of their input's been taken in, I mean, that's disrespectful. So why are we doing this? So let's send something. If you want to agree with his recommendations, I will. Again, I think it would be more powerful being a 5-0 vote, saying something. There's nothing wrong with reaching out to the park superintendent saying, yeah, we sent you this resolution. I agree with this. I don't agree with that. But the message is, please take into consideration some of our input. I think we can do a better job. But at the end of the day, something has to change with the system there. So that's my input. I will support this resolution. I will support any amendment to the resolution. The heart of it, I think, comes across, which is there's more input that you guys need to take into consideration. And we don't necessarily need to have those conversations again. It's just include the information that we've been providing apparently for over the last 12 years. Thanks.
Supervisor Heft.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I want to thank the public who came forth and gave their comments, a lot of them very valid. This is being positioned as an either or. And there's, like black and white, and there's so much gray in the middle that has not been taken into consideration. That's my problem. That's was reflected in the tenor of the letter and in the resolution. I want to just make a couple of points. We didn't have the reservations in 23, and I think somebody here mentioned about Tioga Pass being closed for until July. Also, they didn't have a lot of the shuttles running. So yeah, the shuttles were overrun. We're talking about park management issues here, not other things. There's a lot the park could be doing better that they're not doing. They have a one-size-all-fits-all approach, and no one is saying no reservations. Forget that. I'm not saying that. The letter's not saying that. The resolution is not saying that. And no one is saying not to protect the park resources. We all care about the park, and of course we want to protect those resources and don't want to see them overrun. So we're talking about the gray area where all these great ideas have come up over the course of the years, and none of them are reflected in A, B, C, or D. I'm sorry. And it's tiresome to go through this process and feel not heard, like we don't matter. And frankly, I don't think whether we send the letter or the resolution as it is, or if we amend it, it's going to make any difference. I'm sorry, but I do feel that way. But I too would like to see all of us sign and not have one supervisor saying no on this. But I also want to bring about something else that we haven't talked about, and I've heard chatter about, oh, they only care about the economics. Well, the economics of the gateway communities is a factor. And the only thing that's being considered is the park experience inside the park for the tourists. Well, that's great, and I think that should be considered. I was just at the 49er Festival over the weekend, and I talked to numerous business owners there, and they're having a tough time with this reservation system. Canceled reservations for lodging when they find out, and sometimes it's last minute, that they can't recoup when they find out, oh, you need a reservation now to get into Yosemite. Businesses, one that was 37% down this year from last year. I mean, it's devastating, and we need to take that into account also. It's our livelihood as a county government. This is economic development. It is not being considered. It should be. So we've got to find a happy medium. The other thing was in the last iteration of calling for comments, many of us said you need short-range plans for like right now in the next 5 years, and you need long-range plans too. like, I think it was Supervisor Kirk talked about Zion and having lots of parking outside where you could park there and then go into the park on their shuttle system or whatever they have. Absolutely. And that was, those suggestions have been made. And no consideration, no talk, no discussion about that do you hear anywhere. And it feels like we're in the final phases and they're just going to do what they're going to do. So the reason that I wrote that letter was to have an impact. You know, we're tired of this. It might have been overly strong. It might have had a few mistakes in it, but I think overall they need to hear that there's more to consider than just one thing every time. So if you could, Supervisor Campbell, would you please restate the corrections you'd like to have made?
Absolutely. So I would say strike the 13th whereas.
And can you read that again, please?
Whereas this fact is evidenced almost daily during the pilot phase by numerous empty parking spaces during ticketed entry periods, as well as the parameters of the recommended approach, including denied entry till 4 p.m., entry ticket requirements, June, July, August, unnecessary and overly onerous spring, summer, and fall ticket requirement dates, and treatment of Saturdays, Sundays, and the same despite their different visitor dynamics. And so that
Okay.
that paragraph. And then I am, as we speak, I was going to write up a additional, I guess, a replacement whereas, something along the lines of whereas Yosemite area counties, Tuolumne, Mariposa, so on, have invested in public transportation system through YARTS, which provides a vital resource to visitors of the park that has not been adequately considered in the VAMP plan, something along those lines. And then it would take more work, but just maybe just leave out the sentence in the letter that says, why are you ending the pilot program 2.5 months early? Why is he already, and maybe just those last two sentences of the first paragraph of the letter.
Okay.
So it would end at, we're left scratching our heads, and then would move on to the next.
All right. Those are acceptable to me. I think mentioning yards is important. That whereas that you talked about, there's, well, I've got too many different thoughts running around in my mind, not important enough to bring every single one up. So I'll just leave it at that. Let's go ahead and make those changes that you verbalized, and bring it back for approval later after lunch, maybe?
Yep.
And so I need to see if the rest of the board is, this idea is agreeable to you.
It's agreeable to me. And second that if it's a motion.
Supervisor Huff, we wouldn't need to bring it back. If your board were to direct those changes, we can incorporate those and then it could be signed once those changes. And I did write down everything that Supervisor Campbell said.
Okay, well, then I'd like to make that motion.
Before we go into a motion, I realize the frustrations, and I know there's been a lot of efforts go into this, but and you yourself, Supervisor, have mentioned the tenor of the letter, and it's difficult to make progress. And I know there's a lot of frustrations, a lot of things did not come about, but when your approach is to yell, and essentially that's what this does, it's not conducive to, getting people to, look at it in a different manner. I think a more reasonable approach would have been a better way to go. Are you aware of how many people responded to their survey? What? Many, 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 many thousands. And so the discussion that I had with Superintendent Muldoon pointed to that because there was many people that expressed their concerns, about getting, and I'm still talking here, okay? And I understand that, but part of it is an education process for the visitors. And maybe the best job has not been done, in some cases on the part of, property owners, when their visitors are making reservations and explaining, how things are. I don't know exactly what's been said to them or not, quite honestly. I know that in my conversation this morning, that the superintendent said there was a number of inaccuracies in what was being stated, both in the letter and the resolution. I don't know what they were. We weren't going through it point by point. I just asked that we sit down and take another look, and I've proposed to do exactly that. So I personally cannot support this the way it is, even with those changes. Go ahead, Supervisor F.
Okay, two things. First of all, this whole survey business has been done out of Denver and not out of Yosemite National Park. And so it's an initiative by the Park Service, also for Yosemite, which is part of the Park Service. I just want everybody to know that. It's not just the local people, and it's just not the people that come from around the world to Yosemite. But if you're not in favor, Supervisor Goldenberg, of making the changes, because I'm not happy with the changes necessarily, but I'm willing to compromise in order to get everybody's signature on the resolution. But if you're not willing to do that, I will make a motion to accept the letter and the resolution as is, and see if I get a second, and we'll vote on it.
May I suggest adding in, I do think the Yarts addition is something meaningful that would be good to have in there. But other than that, I would second it if we can include the Yarts amendment. If that's fine. Since you made the motion.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Half, a second by Super Brandon with a suggested change.
I want to hear from Supervisor Campbell before I say anything else.
Well, I want to, no, my corrections stand. So I wouldn't support it with just the Yarts reference, but I did type up an additional whereas along the lines of whereas Yosemite area counties, Tuolumne, Mariposa, Madera, Merced, and Mona have invested significant resources in the Yosemite area transit system, Yarts. For decades, the Yarts is a vital resource to visitors, reduces overall vehicle traffic to Yosemite National Park, and reduces the ecological impact of vehicle travel. That these efforts should be taken into greater consideration as Yosemite drafts its plan.
Vamp, yeah.
So that would have been the whereas that I would recommend. So you're welcome to use that if you like, or draft something.
Okay, I'll amend my motion to approve with the corrections that Supervisor Campbell just made.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Half with some suggested amendments by Supervisor Campbell, a second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
No.
No. Any abstain? Okay, so the motion, it carries to do the letter with the changes and the resolution on a vote of 3-2. Okay, that concludes this matter. We will now take a break for 15 minutes. 10:39.
Half an hour.
Let's call it 10. No, we're going to take a break. All right. If we can get everybody to settle down and take your seats, please, and Going to restart our meeting. All right. So back to our board agenda. We are moving on to item number 15, which proclamations and commendations. And if the clerk could please read that item.
Item number 15, presentation and consideration of adopting Resolution 8324, proclaiming September 27th, 2024 as California Native American Day.
Whoop, there we go. Machuksus Kuchi'i Ama Kane Oeshe Dory Beats. Good morning, board. As you know, my name is Dory Beats, and I serve as your Office of Emergencies Services Assistant Director, but I also am a very proud member of the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians, and I am honored and privileged today to present this item. As detailed in my memo, tribal governments are the oldest governments in existence in the Western Hemisphere. Despite common misconceptions, the United States was not the first government to institute democratic rule and introduce concepts of fair representation, equality, and justice for all. Today, 200 years later, tribal governments still exist for the same reasons they were originally founded, to provide for the welfare of their people. California has 109 federally recognized tribes out of the 573 across this nation. California has been home to Native Americans for thousands of years. There are 2 federally recognized tribes in our county, the Chicken Ranch Band of Miwok Indians and the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians. Each of these 2 tribes are distinct, different sovereign governments and have suffered much from historical genocide seen throughout the state. Rising above the historical injustices, these 2 tribal governments in Tuolumne County have provided not only for their community members, but the county as a whole, multiple programs and services, including social service programs, health services, first responder and fire services, education, workforce development, and natural resource protection. They have built and maintained infrastructure. This includes roads, bridges, medical clinics, schools, and public buildings, as well as businesses that have provided many jobs to many of our residents. California Native American Day offers a chance to educate the community about the diverse California Native American cultures that have shaped our region and our state. Recognizing California Native American Day will foster a greater understanding and appreciation of the historical and contemporary issues faced by California Native American communities, as Tuolumne County aims to promote inclusivity, diversity, and respect for all individuals and communities with our county limits. It's a little ironic that you spoke before this item about Yosemite. There are descendants of Miwok individuals, myself included, that were born within the national park boundaries. And so Yosemite is a great place of Miwok people, and recognizing the importance of the land that our tribal communities have given up, not only in this county, but throughout the entire state. Staff would like to recommend that we join other counties in the state of California in recognizing and acknowledging the contributions that these 2 Native American tribal governments, the Chicken Ranch Band of Miwok Indians and the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians, have had and will continue to provide for in this community, in this county. We encourage all citizens to join in recognizing the accomplishments and contributions California Native Americans have made. I don't think there's anyone from Chicken Ranch, but I do know that there are several members of the Tuolumne Band and Miwok Indians here joining us today. And I'd like to just recognize them. I have Vice Chair Kyle Cox, his lovely wife, Demetra, and I have also 2 of our elders, my mother, Zonder Beats, very proud of that young lady that's there. She's responsible for most of who I am. And then Frank Canisalis, who is also one of our elders. And then Christina Cartier, who is our CAO for the tribe. I'd like to welcome and introduce and bring up then the Vice Chairman, Kyle Cox, who would like to say a few words.
Machuksus, Kuchi Hema, Kaneo Yashe, Kyle Cox, Vice Chairman, Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians. Kani luksum shikane mu. Greetings, good morning. My name is Kyle Cox. I'm the Vice Chairman of the Tuolumne Band Indians, and I come from the land of the soap root, Tuolumne. Before I get started, I would like to acknowledge the elders that are in the room with us today. Thank you for joining us. Also, the group that I am usually joined by to help me sing, offer blessings today, are at various engagements in Southern California right now. That's why I've decided to speak today. Today, we gather to celebrate and honor California Native American Day, a day dedicated to recognizing the profound and enduring contributions of the Native American communities who have been the stewards of this land for thousands of years. California is a state blessed with an extraordinary diversity of landscapes, cultures, and histories. But none of this would be as rich or as meaningful without the deep-rooted presence of its original inhabitants. From the sweeping coastlines to the towering redwoods, from the fertile valleys to the rugged mountains, Native American tribes have thrived and flourished in this land long before the first European explorers arrived. Our stories are interwoven with the very fabric of California's history. On this day, we pay tribute to the 171 federally and non-federally recognized tribes and more than 80 languages that define California's Native American heritage. These tribes, with our own unique traditions, languages, and cultural practices, have contributed immensely to the character and the identity of our state. It is essential to recognize that California Native American Day is not just a day of remembrance, but a call to action. It is an opportunity for everyone to deepen your understanding of Native American histories and cultures, and to acknowledge the challenges and triumphs that have shaped our journeys. I urge you to support the ongoing efforts of our Native American communities as we work to preserve our languages, traditions, and rights. Today, we celebrate the vibrant cultures that continue to enrich our state. From traditional arts and crafts to contemporary innovations, Native American contributions are evident in every corner of society. That influence is seen in the beauty of our ceremonies, the depth of our storytelling, and the strength of our resilience. However, it is crucial to confront the injustices and struggles that Native Americans have faced and continue to face. The legacy of colonization and the impacts of systemic inequalities are profound. As we celebrate, let us also pledge to advocate for justice, equity, and respect for Native American communities. In honoring Native American Day, I ask you to embrace the opportunity to learn from the past, engage with the present, and build a future rooted in mutual respect and understanding. I ask that you listen to and amplify Native voices, support their initiatives, and work collaboratively to address the issues that matter most to them. Tingay Kumu, thank you, and let us celebrate California Native American Day with pride, respect, and a renewed commitment to justice and unity. Oh.
Thank you. And now I'd like to invite Frank Canasalis, one of our elders, to speak.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. I wanted to say, I'm 81 next month. I was born and raised here in Tuolumne County. I went through everything that this county had to offer and not offer. But I always reflect on the fact that there's an establishment up on the Tuolumne Road from the Standard Mill called Steve's Place. In the 1950s, I used to ride my bicycle with a couple of my friends up there, and we would stop to get candy bars. I would stand outside with the bicycles, and they would go inside and buy the candy. And I didn't go in the store because the sign said, "No dogs and Indians allowed." And that's how I grew up here in Tuolumne County. Started. But I want to go on beyond that because later on in life, I was always given the opportunity by non-Native people, the leaders here in Tuolumne County and in Sonora specifically, to be able to make changes and grow in my life. starting with George Harden, who gave an incredible thing from his life to this county. He also gave me the opportunity to appointed me as the Juvenile Justice Commission when I was in high school. I remember being so very proud of that. Later, there was Mary Flynn, who was the director of special ed, who, myself and one of the Francis children, who was, the grandmother was a teacher in the grammar school up here at the Dome in Sonora, and highly respected in the county. And her niece was appointed to go to work at Easter Seal camp over the summer from the county, and I was also the second one that was selected. And Lynn and I were really good friends, and we moved beyond that and worked down there. And it was such a privilege to honor and represent the county in our services that we gave. I was the first one to graduate from college from the tribe, and later got my master's degree also in social work. I recently retired from, I retired from federal service in 2007. And came back home and have been here and was the director of social services for a number of years and totally enjoyed that. Retired after 54 years of field of social work. I just want to say that being alive today is, first of all, an incredible privilege to be able to be standing erect without my cane or walker or my wheelchair, and haven't progressed there just yet. But to have the county recognize and respect the work and acknowledge the strength of us as the Indian people and the tribe and the resilience and the strength and the integrity that we have as a people, I thank you all very much for your support. And we're very proud of Dory and her representing in our behalf. And thank you very much, and a very respectful thank you.
I had never heard the story about Steve's Place. I'm sure there's other stories about Steve's Place, but that's another time, right, Frank? On a more happier note, so the staff is recommending that your board proclaim the fourth Friday, this Friday, September 27th, as California Native American Day. And Mr. Chairman, if I may so read the proclamation.
Yes,
Whereas Native American Day began in California in 1939, when California Governor Colbert Olson declared October 1st as Indian Day. It was one of the first days established to recognize Native Americans and their cultures across the country. In 1968, Governor Ronald Reagan declared the fourth Friday of September as California Indian Day, and the state continues to celebrate this occasion today. And whereas Native American Day is an official California state holiday pursuant to Assembly Bill 1953, BACA, and signed into law by Governor Pete Wilson on September 21st, 1998. And whereas the County of Tuolumne recognizes the importance of acknowledging and honoring the rich history, culture, and contributions of California Native Americans. And whereas Tuolumne County has been home to Native Americans for thousands of years, there are two federally recognized tribes, Chicken Ranch Band of Miwok Indians and the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians. And whereas Miwok means people or Indian people, and both Native American tribal governments have given so much to our community, from economic self-sufficiency, creation of jobs and resources, they have helped to make our community stronger and more prosperous. And whereas tribal governments provide multiple programs and services, including, but not limited to, social programs, health services, first responder services, education, workforce development, and natural resource and land management. They also build and maintain infrastructure, including the roads, the bridges, and public buildings. And whereas for California Native American Day, we pause to honor and appreciate the first Californians and these two Native American tribal governments who have shaped so much of our past, our present, and our future. Their richly diverse cultures have informed every aspect of our community's history. And whereas Tuolumne County is grateful for the leadership of the two California tribal governments and their communities here within Tuolumne County. They embody the values of diversity and resilience that have come to define California and Tuolumne County as a whole. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors does hereby acknowledge that Native American governments have helped to make our community stronger and more prosperous, celebrating the richness of the county's unique tribal history and traditions, as well as the impact Native American cultures have had upon our county. Be it further resolved that the County of Tuolumne is committed to protecting the sovereign right of Native American tribal organizations and institutions to strengthen our communities, and that we encourage all citizens join in recognizing the accomplishments and contributions Native Americans have made to our county. We salute those who have sought to honor the important role of tribal government leadership in our county's past, present, and future. Be it further resolved that the County of Tuolumne does hereby proclaim the fourth Friday of September as California Native American Day. This proclamation is specific to this Friday, September 27, 2024, and will be renewed annually.
Very good, thank you. I've asked Supervisor Brandon to speak on behalf of the board on this item, so Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. Let me first off, thank you for your patience as we were commiserating there for a second. Sometimes government meetings can go a little longer than we anticipated, and you've been so kind and patient to stay with us. I wanted to start with saying thank you to our elders who are here and able to be in attendance. Thank you to the Tribal Council representatives, to tribal staff and tribal members as well. We really appreciate you being here to share and honor this day with us. We want to recognize that this meeting, though it is at the county building, is on what was tribal land, as was mentioned, as was all of this land. And that is a difficult history of land that was unjustly taken. I really appreciated what Dory wrote in there about a little known fact, the inspiration behind a lot of our founding fathers and the Constitution and the values of the country really did come from much of the Iroquois Confederacy, which they had recognized as a way that different people could have a structure to make decisions and work together and promote peace and promote justice. And I think that's really special, even though that history was very difficult and very negative, that there were lessons drawn and that these are people who have for thousands of years lived, governed, loved, had families, and maintained and been stewards of this land. Tuolumne County is very proud to have our two federally recognized tribes of the Tuolumne Band of Miwok and the Chicken Ranch Band of Miwok. And as mentioned, California is also proud to have 109 different tribes, about 20% of all of the ones in the United States. And that brings an immense diversity to our area. And I want to recognize that we have a shared history, as it was kind of alluded to. It was violent, it was cruel, it was forced relocation, it was reservation systems, it was blood quantums, it was removal of children, it was directly racist policies, as was mentioned there in the businesses, and discrimination. All of that has to be looked at, and it has to be recognized, and it has to be looked in the eye. But it's not a sad story, I think, of victims. It's a story of, against immense odds, resilience, perseverance, strength, and rebuilding. And that's not a path that is all done now. That's a path that we are all still on, but especially our tribal communities, which have, against those odds, done such amazing things. Not just the beautiful new resort as you drive into the county, not just Elevate, which is one of the coolest places to go take your family out. I mean, that's a fantastic investment. But looking at as sovereign entities, community services, proud people and cultures that add to our county, to our state, to our local communities through the arts, through business, through jobs, through environmental stewardship, through social support. And as sovereign entities, ones that don't have to do that, can be able to stay and look at that, but because of your values, are driven to help take care of others with the memorial clinics and social services that I know particularly with the Tuolumne Band has offered for many, many decades, and Chicken Ranch has also as well. So I wanted to say thank you again for honoring us being here so that we can be able to honor you on today. Thank you to Frank and to Sandra. And forgive me if I didn't get the names correctly with this. I'm doing the best I can. Not Dimitri, Dimitra. Got it. Vice Chairman Kyle, and then Christine, I appreciate you spending this time with us. And with that, I would be, oh, we have to do public comment, don't we? There we go. We'll move on to public comment, but we really appreciate it, and thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Nicely said. Public comment on this item. Welcome.
Thank you, Board. Tom Crosby with the Tuolumne County Business Council. I just wanted to reiterate how blessed we are as a county with the two tribes that we have and the leadership that they're providing us and their contributions to the whole. And I just think our future is significantly better for all of us together. Because they're here and we're learning from their history and gaining from their wisdom, and it's going to help guide us in the future. So I'm just really very pleased to honor them and have them, have us all working together. Thank you.
Welcome. Good morning.
It's still morning. Dave Vasquez, Sheriff of Tuolumne County. There is no way I can sit silent back there and not talk about the level of gratitude I have for our tribal partners. The words that I've heard here today resonate with me both personally and professionally, deeply. And hearing the story of Steve's place, actually a little bit of a visceral reaction of stories that I used to hear similar with my family. With everything that I've heard today, the one thing that resonates with me of not just having partnerships with our tribes, but meaningful relationships. And the one thing that I've seen, and I'll keep this short, is that the Miwok people know what it means to be good human beings in everything that they do. There is not anything in this community that doesn't have a need that they don't touch in one way, shape, or form. Whether it's their time, their energy, in some cases, monetary donations, they are deeply invested and are a model of what it means to be good human beings in our shared community. And I thank them for that, and this could not be possible without their partnership.
Thank you. Good day.
Good morning. So I would like to salute them for being very conscious of our community and our issues. And I met Frank years ago, and he was instrumental in sponsoring the elder abuse conferences and gave me my tour of the rancheria. And I was always very impressed with that. And I've always been welcome at everything they've done. And I have certain soapbox topics that are important to me, and they act on those. They've done more for suicide prevention in this month between the two tribes than anything I've seen from Tuolumne County itself. And they've also been very instrumental. They sponsored the first opioid forum that we finally had. And there's some other summits that are coming up. And you can find a sharps container in all their restrooms in the casinos. And I can't even get one downstairs that I've been talking about for over 10 years. So I've just been very impressed at all they've offered for the seniors in our community, those who have substance use issues, those who have mental health issues, and the suicide prevention, and I just applaud them for that.
Would anybody else like to speak? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to you.
Great, thank you. And taking the privilege of the fact I get to speak on this too, I wanted to highlight for anybody that is watching as well that on Monday the 30th is going to be the 3rd annual Orange Shirt Day, starting at 5 p.m. at the Sonora Opera Hall. That is remembering the over 200,000 children who were sent to Indian boarding schools between 1820 and 1980. And so I encourage anybody to attend. There will be pre-colonial indigenous foods. There will be ceremonies there, and that should be a very special event. So with that, I am proud to make the motion. Get this right here. Sorry, had it on the wrong page. to adopt Resolution 8324 proclaiming September 27th as California Native American Day.
I'll second that.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Half. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstains? So it carries, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving along on our agenda here under item number 16, under committees and commissions. If the board clerk could please read that item.
Item number 16, consideration of appointing the District 5 member of the Tuolumne County Planning Commission with a term set to expire on February 15th, 2025.
Good morning. Quincy Ailey, Community Development Department Director. Thank you for having this item today. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission is a 7-member body that hears many land development applications here in the county. That could be conditional use permits for cell towers. It might be a site development permit for a new commercial building. They also are a recommending body on a number of items that your board makes final decisions on. That includes general plan amendments, subdivision maps, and zone changes. Currently, we have a vacancy on our we have now one at this point in time on our Planning Commission, and there are several applications before you today for your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have regarding qualifications or the operations of the Planning Commission, and thank you for your consideration.
So I will look to Supervisor Brandon because this is his district that we're looking to appoint a member, please.
Great, thank you. I want to say first off, I appreciate everybody that applied for this position. It's one of the more significant appointments that a supervisor makes. I've had this vacant since our planning commissioner. I appreciate serving on it. Linda Emerson ended up leaving that. So thank you to everybody that put in applications. I was very clear, I think, in what I was looking for. Now that we have been pushing a lot of pro-housing policy, that's really become a huge priority of the county and this board to make sure that we have somebody with development and construction experience on there. And so while we had a lot of very qualified applicants, one very much stood out to me, and I would like to recommend appointing, and also, sorry for the wait as well. I'll give it to you too. But Ron Koff for the District 5 Planning Commissioner seat.
Okay, so looking to the rest of the board, are there any questions or comments regarding this item?
I was just gonna make comment that usually when it comes to districts, we support the board or the supervisor for that district. Sometimes we don't, but in this case, I completely agree. I like Ron's. Some people may disagree with some of the thoughts he brings, but I love that he's engaged. This board's very pro-housing, very much so get to yes with some thoughtful parameters. And I think Ron has already brought things to the table. Now he'll just be a potential voting member. So appreciate Ron and all the years of service he's already provided towards that our board's goal. So I support the recommendation.
Very good. Any additional, Supervisor Half?
Yeah, I support the recommendation as well. One other thing that Ron has been involved in, I don't know the name of the group. It's a group that our housing specialist has put together to help our processes internally, getting the perspective from the developer, from the contractor, and Ron has been part of that group. And so I think better than most people, he knows the ins and outs of our processes, what we're trying to improve, what our rules are, and I think he would be an excellent addition. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional board comments? Look for public comment on this item. Welcome again.
I can't avoid an opportunity to provide shameless plugs for two organizations that many of us have been part of, and that's the Housing Collaborative that Ron has been very much helping with that, as well as the Business Council. As we're very, very focused on our future prosperity as a county, and housing's critical to that. And he volunteers for every work group that we've been able to create. And I wanted to thank CAO Riggs for enabling work groups to occur at this level of function, and our very own Quincy Yaley that has been, and Tamara Blankenship, that's been open to engaging more and more of the community as, you know, working the details and coming up with really great solutions. So just kind of recognizing all of that, and thanking Ron also for his ongoing huge donation of personal time and energy in this effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Hello?
Chris Barsanti, Columbia. Excuse me. I have to register my disapproval. As Quincy said, the Planning Commissioner rules on a lot of development projects. Ron is a developer. It's in his own interest to attend these various and be a part of these various committees. And I think it's a conflict of interest. He makes his money through development. That's how he is paid, or representing other developers. And I think it's a total conflict of interest to have him ruling on developments. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comments? Yes, sir, Ron.
Good morning, Ron Kopf. The Planning Commission is an important committee. Thank you for your consideration. The Planning Committee, I think, can benefit from a couple of members, John Latore being another one, that have an understanding and an in-depth understanding of the planning and entitlement process. So we have a number of well-meaning people on the Planning Commission that don't understand a lot about a development. So we're getting a balance on that committee, and I think having some of the additional input from it provides for a stronger committee that you have. As was noted, the county has indicated that housing is a top priority. And so as we go forward with rules and regulations that the CDD is working on, and we bring those, the Planning Committee is one of those steps that vet those projects and then bring them forward with recommendations to your board. They also look at all discretionary entitlements and things going forward with that as well. And having somebody that understands the nuances and the trials and tribulations of going through some of the federal, state, and local regulations and everything else as you go forward. I think that input is important as well. So I would appreciate your support, and I would look forward to working with the other group on the Planning Commission to move projects forward with viable regulations and everything else that makes sense in Tuolumne County. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board, and I'll make one brief comment. I truthfully had similar concerns about having somebody from the developer community in the role of planning commissioner, but I also recognize the experience that Ron brings, and I also trust that we have good checks and balances within our system, within the commission, to have good, robust discussions and make the right decisions. Each person acting, as they feel is proper. So, with that, I'll look to the board. Are there any other comments? And if none, Supervisor Brandon.
I appreciate it, and I just want to give a quick comment there. And say some nice things about Ron, but also recognize too that I know not everybody is going to be in agreement on this, and I think we know that. We have very candid conversations. The fact is that since taking office and before, Ron has always been amazingly communicative and collaborative. To what Tom said, I don't think there's ever been a task related to trying to achieve housing, affordable housing, and talking about homelessness, talking about whatever, that you have not had time to meaningfully sit down, talk about it, join these groups. You bring an intersection of extremely relevant skills in utilities, land use, business-to-business relations, development, and much more, and few approach the level of constructive engagement that I've seen from you. And I know we've had long arguments on the phone. We do not always agree on everything, but there is a lot that we agree on, and I always respect that you come to the table with why you believe something, and it's, even if I disagree sometimes, something that does make sense. So recognizing that this is joining a group of 6 and diversity is powerful, that knowledge, it's going to be a huge addition to the group. And any projects that I think are a conflict, of course, they are governed and would have a recusal with it. And I recognize that may end up coming up with projects. A part of the problem of, I think, being capable and involved is you get signed up for a lot of stuff. But I think you're going to add a lot of value to not just hopefully District 5 in our county housing policy and that, but to all the other people that are going to be on the commission. So I appreciate, not to jinx it, the board's support on appointment for District 5, and would be happy to make a motion to approve of Ron Koff as the District 5 member to the Tuolumne County Planning Commission, or to appoint, rather.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstains? Motion carries 5-0, and welcome aboard to the Planning Commission.
Welcome aboard. And good luck.
Okay, going to move forward on the agenda here to, and I made a comment earlier about when we pulled item 14 off the consent that that I relabel that, but in actuality, I've heard that we actually can and should keep the same item numbers. So at this time, we will hear item 14, and if the clerk could please read that item.
Item 14, adopting Resolution 8224, approving Amendment Number 12 to the 2017 to 2020 Tuolumne County Executive and Confidential Compensation Plan.
Hi, good morning, Board. Karen McGettigan, Human Resources. Last month, somebody from my department brought you Amendment Number 11 to the Executive and Confidential Compensation Plan. At that time, the plan extended the term and added a number of adjustments to reflect the board's direction to implement furloughs. That amendment also included language that should the county's financial position change and the furloughs were no longer needed, that we would bring an amendment back to remove the furlough language, and that is why you have Amendment 12 in front of you today. So Amendment 12 restores salaries prior to what they were in the furlough, so prior to August 20th, extends the term, keeps the extended term through August 20th, 2025, and adds 5 additional flex days. Otherwise, it is exactly the same.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions, first of all, from the members of the board? Okay, seeing none, I'll look for public comment on this item. Good morning.
Good morning, Larry Coombs. Just wondering what the fiscal impact of this is. It wasn't expressed in there. Have you looked at it in the papers, the additional paperwork?
Yes, so what occurred in this case is that during recent budget discussions, we had made a commitment, as Karen just stated, that provided there was funds available, that we would and so during our recent budget discussions, we realized that we had enough funds to not have to do furloughs. And so what we're acting upon today is because this group had already agreed, and so we're correcting, that they, as well as the other employee bargaining units had not yet gotten to this stage. This was the only bargaining unit that had actually approved a contract that included the furloughs. So we're doing what we said as a board we would do, that if funds were available, we would not put the employees in that position where they had to take the furloughs.
Okay. I just, none of it has happened. There's been no furloughs. And you feel that you're in a secure position where You don't need that option any longer? Is that what you're saying?
That was a budgetary decision we made during our last board meeting. Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just to clarify, there were, the furlough was implemented. The employees in the executive and confidential unit did receive a 1.9 percent pay reduction.
So this rectifies and brings that back to where they were before.
It restores to full salary, yes.
Okay. And good question. Yeah. All right. Any other public comments on this? All right, bring it back to the board. Any comments? And if not, I'll look for a motion, please.
So moved. On
Second.
staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstains? Okay, carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to move on to item number 17 under Community Development Department, and if the clerk could please read that item.
Item number 17, consideration of approving a subrecipient agreement between the County of Tuolumne and Jamestown Sanitary District not to exceed $2,930,750 for a project under the Regional Early Action Planning Grant of 2021 program and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents and amendments to be included in the fiscal year 24-25 adopted budget.
Okay, so welcome, and this is a pretty large item with a lot of considerations, so looking forward to the presentation.
It is a large item, and we're very excited to bring it to you today. Good morning. My name is Quincy Yaley, the Community Development Department Director. I'm joined by my colleagues, Tamara Blankenship and Sean Hembry. We're going to present today a little bit about an opportunity for Jamestown, and specifically an opportunity for a partnership between Tuolumne County and Jamestown Sanitary District. I'm going to walk you through the grant, going over the grant, walk you through the reasoning of why county staff put the grant in, why we think it's important. We're going to go over the milestones, some of the steps that we've taken to get to this point today, and then finish with what's next. So the REAP 2.0 grant, this is, REAP stands for Regional Early Action Planning Grant. The county actually received a non-competitive grant several years ago of several $100,000, and we spent that on a lot of housing-related projects, and now there was a competitive grant that was put out. And so this was in 2021. And it was to support regional projects that promote sustainable community strategies with a focus on housing development, increasing transportation options, and reducing car dependency. This is a grant through the state of California through the Housing and Community Development Department, commonly known as HCD. Specifically, the goals of the grant are to accelerate infill housing, realize multimodal communities, shift travel behavior by reducing driving, and increasing transit ridership. So the county, which at this point was me, received notice of this grant and started to think about if there was a way that our county could apply. There was a $5 million available for a fairly small region, so I thought we had a pretty good chance to obtain some funding to support our communities. Some of the things that we started thinking about when we were putting the grant together in 2022, those were concepts that were coming from the Housing Collaborative that was mentioned earlier. This is a community group that is looking at housing issues in Tuolumne County and also on providing some ideas for solutions. It involves county staff, but as well as other nonprofit groups, and is also open to members of the community. So it's a fairly diverse group of individuals that were starting to talk about housing issues at that time. Another reason, another sort of push on this application was really acknowledging the role of infrastructure in our housing projects. The county at this point in time had recently finished a general plan update. That we're looking to sort of move into the next phase of long-range planning. And some conversations started happening between myself, our department, and our utility providers that were like, it's really great if you have the housing collaborative and if Tuolumne County is open for housing, but if we don't have infrastructure in places where you are planning to put housing, then it's kind of all for naught. The county can approve as many subdivisions as we want, but if we don't have infrastructure in that area, the ability to put it there or the ability to serve those areas, then, we're kind of, it's a little cart before the horse. Another push at this time was with the Board of Forestry regulations. We've talked about this before with our community members and with your board. This is a state entity that puts out regulations that affect development. And really you can think about, the basic is like, how far down a cul-de-sac can we build density? That's the sort of the concern that this agency is focused on. And if we are going to put growth or density down a street or down a cul-de-sac, what do we need to do to that road to ensure that we have residents that can get out and firefighters to get in? And so that was there were some big policy changes at that time that got us started thinking about involving a REAP application. We also had some meetings with our stakeholders. These were our utility districts. Because we were thinking about Jamestown, we met with the Chicken Ranch tribe, also including TCTC as a piece of that infrastructure, not just power lines and sewer lines, but also looking at long-range roadway planning. Another push was just thinking also about insurance premiums that have been and heard from our residents that were skyrocketing, and projecting forward to where are we going to have growth in the future? Is it going to be, are we going to be able to put growth in areas where future residents might not be able to afford to live because of insurance premiums that they would be faced with. And so, as often happens when we have a state grant, is that how do we tailor this to a very rural environment? Many state programs are geared towards urban areas, especially when we start looking at things like, or when one of the goals is, to increase transit ridership. That can be somewhat challenging in a community like ours. So we really started to think about how could we develop an application for this, and it really became apparent that we needed to start talking about Jamestown. And specifically supporting housing in that area. And it became really clear that the limiting factor in building housing in Jamestown was the availability of sanitary service. You might know that Jamestown Sanitary did build recently a new plant, but what I think the community is not super clear on is that when they built that plant, the funding stream that they had did not allow them to increase capacity. It only paid to replace. And so I think there's a lot of buzz in the community about, well, we just built this new plant in Jamestown, how come we can't accommodate housing? And it's because of the type of funding that was available for that improvement at that time. Just make sure I got everything. Okay, let's go on. So there are other pressures besides the one I've covered, some of those bullet points that really made us think about Jamestown. This is a map that you might be familiar with. This is a map published by the state. This is our fire severity zones. Red is very high, orange is high, yellow is medium. This is just a snapshot of western Tuolumne County. I have a little arrow to Jamestown there, right by the yellow. But you can see that the county and future development could be constrained by fire hazard severity zones. And we are finding this routinely in applications that we are processing, not just from state regulations, but also including development when we're looking at the environmental review. Fire risk is coming up in our environmental review and impacting mitigation measures that development needs to consider. And so the fire hazard severity zone mapping was another consideration when we started to focus in on Jamestown. Another pressure that constrains development in Tuolumne County is our agricultural preserves and our Williamson Act program. Agricultural preserves is a zoning district that is obviously, it's restrictive to limiting development in certain areas. Our Williams Neck program provides a tax break to property owners in exchange for keeping their land in agriculture. And as you can see, most of western Tuolumne County is in an ag preserve, Williams Neck program that really limits our ability to move development to the west. Some of the areas in the west where you don't see the green, those are the mountains. Those are the red hills. So it's not that those are now available, but that's actually a lot of BLM land. So, and we also have policies in our general plan, so not just mapping, but we have policies in our general plan that discourage the conversion of agriculture. So what do we have? We have this sort of perfect storm of insurance premiums, of pressure for housing, we have infrastructure constraints, and then we have, take the fire severity zones and overlay it with the ag preserves, and we kind of have a big jumbled mess. And so that the intent isn't to understand this map, only to know that this is very complicated and there are very limited options for our county if we want to put housing in areas that do not infringe on our agricultural lands, which provide a huge cultural and historical benefit to our county. It's one of the things that people say when they drive into a Tuolumne County and there's nothing there. That is a breath of fresh air for residents and visitors. But we also, to the east of Jamestown, have high and very high severity fire zones. So our county is getting compressed from if you're looking at it from an elevation purpose, that there is not a lot of bandwidth for us to have growth west or east. In fact, we had a budget item. Our department is, we will find a way to do it, but our department really also wants to engage on a broader general plan update mapping exercise in order to address this situation, sort of being squeezed into the middle, Jamestown, Sonora, Columbia, East Sonora, Tuolumne, and planning ahead for growth in those areas. So this is a map that we put in with our application, and the colored areas, there's kind of three blobs. Those were areas that we talked to the state about potential housing that could go in and that could be served by Jamestown Sanitary District. One of those areas is just north of their district, but it's the treatment plant is downhill, so it would make sense at some point to annex that into Jamestown Sanitary District. And so we looked at and showed the state, like, hey, we've got these constraints. These are our viable projects, but we're lacking capacity to serve them. When we reported development potential to the state, we didn't even maximize what the general plan could put in Jamestown. We put it at half. And so the colors you see there, the densities that are allowed by those colors is actually more than what we think we could build, because as you've heard, we have issues with sort of minimum parcel size, maximizing density in those areas. So we even sort of dumbed down the potential for growth in Jamestown, but those projects right there would represent over 1,000 units. And those projects are in the areas that this grant was focused on: infill housing in low VMT areas, and increasing transit ridership and shifting travel behavior. So we had what seemed like a very positive narrative to bring some additional funding in to help the Jamestown community because of factors that are outside of our control, but also factors that are inside of our control. So in the fall and winter of 2020, we started public outreach for the grant program, and we came to your board at that time. In December, you passed a resolution, and we submitted our grant application. The application included the project we're talking about today, Jamestown Sanitary District. It also included a small project for Tuolumne Utilities District to provide some water security in the Jamestown area with a new water storage tank. That part of the project is not what we're considering today. We're going to be bringing that to you at a separate time. So we're just talking about the Jamestown Sanitary District project today. The application went in December, and in the following August, we received notice that we received over $3 million in grant funding for the Jamestown area. Mind you, go back, this was as a part of a $5 million pot that we had access to. So we were pretty excited that we received such a significant amount of funding for what was available to our region. After that, there were some moving pieces that happened, and your county staff started to do some moving and shaking to try to keep a project viable in that area. Jamestown Sanitary District, it passed a moratorium in December of 2023. There were concerns regarding community perception of availability of sanitary sewer service, and the district, and I'm going to speak for them, and if I get it wrong, let me know, but the district really wanted to alert everyone that, hey, we have some capacity constraints here, and we need to make sure everyone's aware of that. So then in 2024, we put together an internal team of myself, some CDD staff members, and members of your CAO staff, and started working with Jamestown Sanitary on the grant application and on the project description. We did sign the standard agreement for the grant in 2024. And at that point, it became apparent that we needed to revise the original project that we had submitted to the state and received the funding for. I'm going to turn this over to Sean Hembry to talk about the steps that we took in working with Jamestown to come to, I'll just say, a better project.
Yeah, so in light of the service moratorium, we worked with local subject matter experts, including Jamestown Sanitary, to identify a better plan that would address capacity in addition to the grant objectives. And what we came up with, it was the change in scope, which would be best, would be to identify a sewer conveyance replacement or rehabilitation. Most, if not all, of the conveyance line is beyond its useful life. It has become porous, and for that reason, high seasonal groundwater and stormwater infiltration into the pipe led to a significant increase in peak flow as compared to the daily average flow. So what this would do is instead of having an increase in diameter of pipe and delivery into the treatment system, this is actually going to decrease the volume of water that needs to be treated. And there are operating cost savings in addition to that. The new scope also includes a plan to do an assessment. Coming out of that assessment would make the recommendations for the most strategic replacement, and also a long-term capital expense plan would be provided to the district. So there were several additional benefits. This in turn would allow new connection opportunity and kind of alignment with grant objectives.
So we had gone back to HCD and said, hey, the first project we thought is maybe not the best use of funds. Now that we're a little bit further down the line, we went back with a revised project. HCD said that sounds good. We prepared a sub-agreement to be executed between the county and Jamestown Sanitary. That was reviewed by county council. During this time, there were some additional conversations that were going on in our community regarding Jamestown Sanitary and capacity. And I want to be really respectful of Jamestown Sanitary and the fact that they have a board of directors that governs them, and that they wanted to make sure that they had control over the future of their district, and that they weren't being pushed into a future that they weren't ready for. So it's sort of, we wanted to make sure we were not over-promising and under-delivering. I think that is really what it came down to. And when we started, the county staff started to hear those conversations in the community about Jamestown Sanitary and sort of future growth. I did go back to HCD and say, hey, we want to make sure that we have a successful grant application, that we're able to complete the project. And HCD gave us some feedback. And one of the things that they suggested was that the county asked Jamestown Sanitary District to pass a resolution really emphasizing and stating their support of the REAP 2.0 program and their intent to fulfill the goals of the grant. And that resolution I passed it out today. And there are also copies in the back of the room. And so at this point, we got to a point where our staff has now been participating in Jamestown sanitary meetings by attending. Really good new lines of communication have been opened up, and we are ready to come back to your board. There have been some co-benefits of sort of the process of getting to the point where we ask your board to authorize this subrecipient agreement. And I'm going to turn it over to Tamara Blankenship, our housing development specialist, to talk about some of that.
Sorry, I'm going to crowd in. As Quincy said, this has been an excellent opportunity, making the best of this process. It's been a long process to really think through the housing needs for Jamestown. We have needs for housing throughout the county, but looking at, those constraints and where we're being squeezed, as Quincy said, where we do expect future growth to go, wanting to make sure that future growth, there's infrastructure available, we're reducing our VMT, we're putting housing near job centers, really trying to reach a number of goals and being really thoughtful and intentional about where housing can go and then where housing eventually does get built. And so I think through this process, really working with Jamestown Sanitary as well as our other infrastructure providers around increasing communication about long-term planning efforts within our department, the constraints, the opportunities we're seeing, and not pushing development into an area, but facilitating and enabling housing to go where it should and where it can go according to both the general plan and meeting kind of all of those other benefits that I mentioned. And so having Jamestown Sanitary as well as our other utility providers join us in our development process work group has been very helpful in helping kind of inform their concerns for their communities and their infrastructure and the services they provide as we think about housing strategies and initiatives. So we're not just kind of pushing out policy and we're not getting that feedback in real time. We really need to be considering kind of all of those other perspectives as we build solutions. So that's been really helpful. And so I think that communication has really increased and kind of our comfort and confidence that this grant is a step in a multi many year process that Jamestown Sanitary will be going through to increase their capacity within their plant in a way that makes sense for them and that makes sense for their community and for their ratepayers.
Thank you, Tamara. And I just want to put an exclamation point behind the opportunities that have come out of this, the process to bring this subrecipient agreement to your board today. I think that CDD is dialoguing with our infrastructure partners in a way that we hadn't before. We've been listening to concerns that are being raised by them and making real-time changes in our processes to ensure that special districts are being notified of projects, to ensure that we're understanding what the constraints are in putting those in our documents. And actually, out of some conversations we had with Jamestown Sanitary and making sure that they're aware of projects that come across the county's dashboard, we're going to be starting a monthly call for our utility and our public agency stakeholders to receive updates on our development projects to make sure that our utility providers are in the know and can anticipate when a project might be coming before your board or the Planning Commission for a decision. So there's been a lot of positive steps that are being taken outside of this grant that I think are better for our community. And sort of lastly, what's next? Once we execute the subrecipient agreement, we'll be kicking off the project and drafting a much more detailed budget. We'll be securing contractors for the I&I study and the pipe replacements. There will be ongoing quarterly meetings or as needed meetings with county staff. The district will be providing updates to the public at their meetings. CDD will be working on the payments and reimbursements for the project. And the end of the grant expires in 2026 and extensions can be requested. And I just wanted to let your board know that the county team that's working on this is myself, Rachel Bell, and our Housing and Business Program Manager, Sean Hembry, and Tamra. It's really important for me professionally when I'm going to be recommending projects to your board for consideration for approval that we are considering the needs of our utility partners. And so this project will be held onto very tightly by myself. So today we had intended to ask your board to approve the agreement today. It's come to my attention we need a few minor tweaks to the language. One, so that we can pay contractors that Jamestown Sanitary hires directly rather than Jamestown paying them and us paying Jamestown. That is a process we do routinely with contractors through grants is we will receive invoices directly from them. And then we also need to make a small modification to the insurance language. So we would like you to consider approving this project today and allowing the board chair to sign the subrecipient agreement or the county administrative officer once those modifications are complete. We don't expect them to take more than just a day or two. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. And also, Chair, we do have representatives from Jamestown Sanitary. Nick, do you want to say anything now? Or okay, great, go ahead.
Welcome and thanks for attending.
Hello, Chair, Board. Nick Rivera, Jamestown Sanitary District. First off, the big thing I'd like to do is thank Quincy and her team for helping us with this. It's been a long process. There's been change in management at Jamestown, which there's just been a lot of things going on, and their help has been tremendous. So this project is to consider our I&I and fix the I&I issues that we have. The I&I issues, basically, we have capacity that we can't recognize because we have clean water, essentially rainwater, coming into our system that we're having to pay to treat. It's not beneficial for the district or the community to pay to treat clean water. This project with getting the condition assessment where a contractor will come in, camera the lines, clean the lines, give us, real-time data information on the infrastructure that's been in the ground since 50s, 60s. And it's going to give us a plan of attack as to where to fix first, and show us, what needs to be dug up and replaced and what can be lined. And with this, at the end of the project, it's going to open up capacity. We're going to be able to recognize capacity at the plant and be the first step of getting us out of this moratorium. Thank you.
All right, so to the board. First, let's start with any questions that you might have. Is there any board member that? So I did have just one, and I understand the process, what's being spoke about here. Where are we at? What are we looking as potential, the ability to have new connections, right, to, support the growth? And kind of want a little bit better feel there.
As Quincy had mentioned, our new plant was finished in 21. The grant funding that was for that was basically a clean water. The old plant was in violation. The money that was funded could only replace the existing plant. So that's what it was based off of. Given previous things, capacity was always an issue, and it's been a topic. So with this project, it's hard to give numbers because we don't know yet. We don't have the condition assessment. We don't know how much we have an idea of how much we're going to be able to fix. But if I had to say, I would think that this could potentially open up, let's say 80, 100 plus connections.
Okay.
And it could be more. It really depends on how much we don't have to dig up and replace versus if we can line, that's a lot cheaper and it'll give us more bang for buck.
Understand. And the reality is you don't know until you get into certain areas. I understand that. But that gives a feel. I mean, obviously, with the folks we have presenting and yourself here, that we're definitely interested in, the ability for more housing units.
Yeah, I guess one thing that I can say, so we do have some flow monitoring in our system via smart covers. So they will identify levels in that manhole. Luckily, one of our manholes is in a spot that when we have heavy rainfalls, the level in that system tremendously increases. So the plan of attack would be going to that one first, getting and being able to move quick and get that area fixed.
It makes perfect sense. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Public comment. Anybody like to speak on this matter? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for additional comments. Supervisor Brandon, this is your area. If you could go first, please.
Great, thank you. Well, this has been a very long conversation. A lot, I don't know, all three sometimes together, sometimes bugging you individually in emails and phone calls and texts and all kinds of stuff. If we're talking housing, we have to talk infrastructure. That's one of the hard limits that we're dealing with as a county. When you stop building for 20 years, you stop planning for capacity somewhat for 20 years. And we're trying to restore that. So I want to say that this is an issue when I first got in, I brought up. I believe Jamestown is a highly buildable area. I think it's to the county's advantage to see development within that area. It'd be to Jamestown advantage, to the employers' advantage as well. And I just want to say that CDD really delivered on this, and thank you, Quincy. This REAP grant is a huge amount. I know we've had to go through a lot of changes, and you've stuck with it the entire time. I also want to say that I think this would have been impossible without the support of Sean and Tamara. It's so great to see when we invest in staff capacity for some of these issues. And I know this is not the only ones that you're dealing with. This is with the pro-housing stuff. This is with the Harvard mine, ticking clock, and all of that. It's really great to see that payback. And I also want to say thank you, Nick and Jill and the JSD board too, because we all kind of came in and around the same time, and we're trying to address these issues. And you have a very hard job. And I really appreciate your openness, communication, and working with our staff. I think that's at the end of the day. We all want the same thing, which is to keep rates as low as we can, to have safe drinking water, and have the capacity for basically what's planned out to be able to hook up. And I think we're all on the same board with that. I want to say that in the last year, I've seen proposals that you and consultants you've worked with cut some of the proposed repair costs, upgrade costs by millions. And so your work is really helping. I remember the first meeting I attended when I think Jill and I was in the audience at that point talking about the SSMP plan, or what is it, SSMP? Nailed it. All right. Looking at old clay and iron pipes that are 50, 70 years old and saying we got to upgrade this. And so I just want to say I appreciate that. So just in closing with it, I'm in full support of this. I think it could yield quite a bit. The surge capacity when it's raining is huge compared to the daily rates we just saw. And for all the reasons mentioned before, I think this is it's a wise area for us to, we got to prioritize some of our resources onto places that have major transportation, that are lower fire risk, that have access to being expanded utilities, that we think are somewhat protected from state legislative changes. And as much as we might want to, let's say in Twainhart, a 200 or 300 unit housing development, what the state has really done with Board of Forestry and all that, it's made it very difficult to imagine that happening. There are some other areas of the county we can build, and this is one of them. So I appreciate the support on this and all the collaboration between the district and our county staff.
Very good. Before I move on to other board members, I actually did have another question I forgot to ask both of staff and Jamestown. Okay, grant-related activities must be completed by June 30th of 2026. 21 months, right? Pretty aggressive time frame, large project. And I know some of these things can, once you've identified areas and look at possibilities of how you're going to attack it, but capacity to manage, such a thing on a pretty good, fast time frame. And so I'm looking for both your aspect, and I believe there's some discussions about county collaborating and assisting, in the effort here. So I don't know who'd answer that one first.
Well, I mean, I think that, it is a tight time frame. It took the state over a year to get us the agreement, and that's not uncommon to have happen with the state program. When those types of things happen, at least in working with HCD on our grants, they have granted extensions. Now, of course, that's not something that we bank on. We'll be working backwards from June of next year, or June of 2026. As when we're in our project kickoff, we will put a schedule together and then assign resources to that schedule. That's very standard for us. And if there are resources that we need in order to, if we need to shift priorities, or, if we have funds in the grant to bring people on to help Jamestown Sanitary District project managers, other types of individuals who can help review the finances and get those, making sure they're in the correct format before they come to our office. So there's 2.6 to 2.9 million. The actual initial action, the study, will take up a very small percentage of that, with the remainder to the construction. And so we have funds to play with in order to make sure that we meet that deadline.
Okay, and yeah, the success, right, is, by having, and I've seen your new facility, right? I was there when it was first opened, and, it's, and granted, it wasn't designed and, to increase capacity, but very, well done facility. And so I have no doubt, but also, look at capacity, the ability to, properly manage, and you've got other things you need to do in the daily management, of your districts. So thank you. I think that answers what I was looking for. So Supervisor Hath, I believe you were.
Yeah, I'll just make my comments very brief because I know we're probably going to go to lunch next. But I'm just tickled by this, because this is another outcome of our housing collaborative, that group that Quincy mentioned earlier, that's come to fruition. We had one of our sessions for the housing collaborative concentrating just on infrastructure, and this is the outcome of it. So I'm just tickled to see this and to have it come to fruition. Thank you so much, everybody.
Supervisor Kirk.
I don't know if I can ever be tickled, but good work, Sean, Tamara, Quincy. We've put resources and we've got the right people in the positions delivering. So thank you guys for your work.
And Supervisor Campbell, did you have words?
I was going to try and tickle you, but Supervisor Brandon advised me it might be a HR issue, so I wisely decided against it. Yeah, this is this is the kind of thing we need in Jamestown, and funding for it. And you answered all of the questions that I had going into this, so I really appreciate that. Mainly looking at how is the money going to be spent, and it's on exactly the kind of things that are going to increase connections. And so for the public and for the taxpayer, that's an important thing to consider, is that it's not going into people's salaries, it's not buying fancy equipment, it's going into pipes and infrastructure and trenching and all those nitty gritty things that actually create more housing in these communities. So that to me that is key, and it's great to see that that's where the focus has been all the time with Jamestown Sanitary, and hopefully we'll get moving on it quickly. It's a pretty ambitious timeline, and so encouraged to see that.
All right, I have nothing further, so I would look for a motion here.
There we go. I'll make a motion on staff recommendation, including the additional modifications.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstains? Okay, moving forward. Great.
So Sarah watching in case I screwed up the motion. I got it.
Okay, so it is just coming on 12:15. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take lunch. We'll come back at 1:30 and go from there. Thank you, everyone. Okay, good afternoon. Welcome back to the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting. We're going to get going here. It's 1:30. That's our start time. And we will be moving forward with our 1:30 p.m. 1 appointment, which is opening a public hearing. And please go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. Please read that item. Man, I lose that all the time. Sorry.
As the Air Pollution Control Board, 1:30 p.m., number 1, public hearing to consider adopting the Air Pollution Control District fiscal year 2024-2025 budget.
Good afternoon, Chairman Goldenberg, members of the board. I am Kelly Schroeder, your Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control Officer. And on August 20th, your board conducted a public hearing to review the fiscal year 24-25 Air Pollution Control District budget and to receive comments from the public. And the Health and Safety Code requires that a second hearing to be conducted to adopt the budget. So this hearing is to adopt the budget for the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District for fiscal year 24-25. And the air pollution control budget, recommended budget, was formally adopted in the county process on June 18th, 2024. So our current budget for this year is $485,455. And we have to balance to zero, so our appropriations and our revenue both equal $485,000. So it is recommended that your board, after conducting this public hearing, adopt the Air Pollution Control District budget for fiscal year 24-25.
And that was the gist of it, I take it. Okay. Okay, looking to our board, does any board member have any questions regarding the Air Pollution Control District's budget? Okay, seeing none, I'll look for public comment. Public comment out there? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any comments? If not, I'll look for a motion.
Fascinating conversation.
Thank you.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Close the public hearing, thank you. Now we're back with the board.
It's a good way to kick off after lunch.
Repeat the motion again because I hadn't.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, so motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Brandon, with a close, almost there, Supervisor Half. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstained? Okay, so motion carries to approve the budget, and Supervisor Campbell is not back with us yet. Now he is. Okay. All right. So
It's a very
if
controversial.
the clerk could please read our 1:30 p.m. 2.
As the Air Pollution Control Board, 1:30 p.m. 2, public hearing to consider adopting an ordinance amending Title III, Chapter 3.40, Section 3.40.010 to include a new fee for technical analysis and reports for the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District and update currently listed fees.
Okay, thank you. I will open the public hearing, and please go ahead with your.
All right. Again, I'm Kelly Schroeder, the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control Officer. And we last met on August 20th, but prior to that, we met on July 9th to conduct a public hearing providing public comment for Rule 602. And on August 20th, again, we conducted a public hearing to review and approve Resolution Number 72-24 to authorize the Air District to adopt annual fees per California Health and Safety Code 42311 to cover the costs of district programs. So each year, the district has updated their fees per authorized annual increases from the County Administrator Office. The current fees in the ordinance do not reflect these annual increases. The district fees have not been updated in the ordinance for approximately 30 years. The district has found it necessary to hire an engineering firm to assist with the technical analysis of proposed projects and to assist with creating permits for said projects, as well as many other engineering needs. This amended ordinance reinforces the goal of the district to create a long-term plan of sustainability within the Air Pollution Control District. This, for fiscal impacts, this amendment would generate pass-through income as the project developers will only be charged for time and materials, and this amendment will have a $0 impact on the district annual budget. It is recommended that your board approve adopting an ordinance amending Title III, Chapter 3.40, Section 3.40.010 to include a new fee for technical analysis and reports for the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District and update currently listed fees.
Okay, so once again to the board members for any questions on this increase of the fees. Supervisor Hath, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. And just wanted to know, is this the direction other counties are going as well?
Many other county or air districts have this rule and this fee already in place. We're one of the few that do not.
I kind of assume so. Thank you.
Any additional questions from board members? Okay, so looking for public comment. Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board and close the public hearing. I've got, one brief comment, and if any other board members have, 30 years is a long time. It looks huge, when you look at this, right? It's at least double, maybe a bit, more from what we had, but
Right, that's just what's written in the actual ordinance. Each year we have increased our fees, and those are posted on our website on an annual basis. So our fees have increased each year, but the ordinance in the county code has not actually been updated.
okay, so I guess I'm sorry, I was confused on that matter. So you want to try and explain? The last fee then, go ahead. Looks like it.
Yes, so the fee ordinance allows for annual adjustments from the base fee that's actually listed in the ordinance. So as Ms. Schrader said, the fees as listed on the website have reflected those annual adjustments over many years, but that means that the actual fees charged have not looked anything close to what was currently written in the code because there have been so many increases. So what we're doing with the updated numbers is just showing those annual increases in the code so that if somebody were to look at the code now, they won't see such a huge discrepancy between what's written in the code and what's.
Okay, so now I'm understanding better, and thank you for that clarification. All right. Any additional board comments on this item? Okay, seeing none, I would look for a motion.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, I have motion by Supervisor Brand and second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So moving on to our 1:30 p.m. 3. If the clerk could please read that item.
Appointment number 3, 1:30 p.m. Public hearing to consider Resolution 8424 to certify the final program environmental impact report for the Tuolumne County Broadband Infrastructure Project, SCH number 20230500017. Adopt the CEQA findings and adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan.
Okay, thank you. And I'll open the public hearing. And please go ahead.
Greetings, Board. Len DeGroot, the former broadband project manager. We are here today for to discuss the program environmental impact report. This was funded by a local area technology grant that was received at the end of 2022. And what it does is it provides both CEQA and NEPA, California environmental and federal environmental laws, clearances for broadband providers so that they can more easily and more readily get through the environmental process. One of the things that really made this an important thing for the county is that we are in competition with counties all over, not just the state, but the country for ISP resources. And this is one of the things that will make us a more attractive place to build for many, many ISPs. The document covers, as I said, all of those things, and it also provides a template for ISPs to be able to very quickly get through the process. And perhaps our vendor can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Robert Edgerton to come to the podium and talk about our project. He is with Helix Environmental that was selected through an RFP process to prepare the environmental document.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, board members. Robert Edgerton, Helix Environmental Planning. And before I briefly just describe what we did with the EIR on behalf of the county, I'm first going to apologize. Part of my industry, we speak in acronyms. So if I say anything that doesn't make sense, please let me know and I'll try to check it. Before continuing, I'd like to acknowledge the guidance and direction that we received on this program from Quincy Yaley, the Community Development Director. Her guidance and leadership really made this a success from the very beginning. And I'd also like to acknowledge Len, although he's no longer a county employee, he was with us in the trenches on a day-to-day basis, and really the two of them helped make this a success. The Program Environmental Impact Report, or what we call an EIR, is what we call at a program level, meaning it's not project specific. The reason it wasn't project specific is there's no projects in front of the county quite yet. As Len mentioned, this is kind of the carrot to dangle in front of internet service providers to let them know that both the California Environmental Quality Act and the National Environmental Policy Act have both been taken care of with this project. What future ISPs would do, they come into the county, they have a specific project, a specific community that they would like to serve. They'll come to the planning counter, and what we prepared on behalf of the county is this follow-on document. It's a project-specific, what we call an addendum to the CEQA EIR, and we've basically prepared this template for ISP providers to follow. It contains a modified checklist that is a requirement of CEQA. They would simply go through it, answer those questions. If they need to do anything from a technical perspective, say a specific biological resource of concern is in the area or a cultural resource inventory is required, then they could engage with a consultant and they could help them fill this form out. It comes to the county. It comes before you all for consideration. There is no public review period for the follow-on addendum. That's kind of an important aspect. So it's really a one-stop shop for the ISPs to come on. As Len mentioned, Tuolumne County is one of the first counties to go through this process. So I think this really does make the county much more marketable and bringing ISPs up into a rural part of the world and providing broadband service that's so desperately needed in the community. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any, and I'll be seated right here.
Okay. Well, while you're here, let's see if there's board members. Do we have questions? Supervisor Haff, go ahead.
Thank you for being here today.
My pleasure.
And thank you, Len, for you being here today too. So this checklist that you speak of, and now it's not E, is it Appendix E?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure of the exact
I
appendix
don't
from the staff
see it in the
report.
packet.
It's included in the final EIR, which we
Okay.
put online due to its length.
Okay.
So there was a comment that came in during the public review period that the individuals in the community wanted to see that. So we included that in the final EIR, and a link to that is in your staff report.
Okay, great, thank you.
I'm happy to leave my hard copy with you if you'd like.
I would like that, thank you.
Supervisor, I'm sorry, when you're done.
No,
I
go
just
ahead.
also wanted to make sure that the board understands that these are for projects that are going to occur within our county right of way. So individual projects that might come in that may be using the Title 17 or zoning code process, would not be utilizing this streamlined approach. But this certainly has led to other conversations about ways we can continually improve the zoning code to address the industry as it's changing, because it's changing faster than our zoning code is keeping up. And so because it's in the right of way, we have been and will continue to work closely with our Public Works Department, with Blossom Scott Heim and Dave Ruby on the future projects that come through, and we'll be planning, and Public Works will be working on those since they will be in the right of way.
And thank you for bringing that out, because I was looking at the introduction memo here, and it talks about the 4 letters received, and then on the next page was discussing, I think, just what you were talking about, if it fell within.
Right. We did get some comments back from from some state agency partners. And so to the extent that a future project would involve any of those permitting processes, we would work through those at that time. But it is important to know that this doesn't deal with Caltrans right-of-ways. It's really only our county road right-of-ways. So basically, we're getting the infrastructure up to the property lines. That's the idea.
Okay. Yeah, there are 3 state agencies, and then CSERC was the last one there. Any other questions from the board? If not, I'll look for public comment. We've got somebody stepping up here. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Well, I know who you are.
Lynn is leaving us. I'm very disturbed about this fact. Going to miss him a lot. So this is really kind of focused on the blending of the middle mile and last mile components that are contained within our right-of-way rights, kind of the way to look at that. And then we're back to Title 17 to discuss zoning and private property placement of assets that are necessary to do the last mile stuff. Getting to the question, is there an equivalent to this work that can be done in the rest of the county that's not in the county right away that will enable that? That's a question for you guys. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm.
Sure.
Go ahead and address that. I'm not.
Yeah. So I think that, basically, and tell me where I'm going wrong, but we have, sort of our county right-of-ways that are publicly dedicated. Then we have private right-of-ways that are, that public can still traverse, but they are privately maintained. That's not something the county has the authority just to go through and start trenching. So this project does not apply to those, although we could certainly talk about some type of program that would allow that to happen. And we can have further conversations with Public Works about getting some advice, because that's not an area that they have authority over. And then really we start talking about the private property side. And I know that there has been interest from our ISP providers that there's still more work to do on the zoning code. When we updated the zoning code in April of this year, we did base it off of a model ordinance that was in effect at the time that we wrote those drafts. But I'm telling you, the technology is changing so fast that there's still work to be done. We plan on bringing Title 17 back to you in later this year with some tweaks, and they do address some small changes in the zoning code that we've identified in the wireless ordinance where this process doesn't quite make sense. One of those is some hurdles that our providers are having to address when they're making towers taller. This doesn't sound very interesting or sexy, but actually this happens in our department a lot, where we get a building permit for someone to take an existing tower and make it taller. And it sounds boring, but we're trying to make that not complicated, only needing to be reviewed when and where it's appropriate. So those are some of the tweaks that we're making in the zoning code on behalf of, that would address private property.
I think the only thing I would add to that is to also clarify that this doesn't include any Forest Service land, because we, again, don't have authority to work in those areas, so.
Right. We can only deal with and control with what we have authority to do so. Understand? Questions? Did I do public comment? I'm sorry. Yes. Then I need to close the public. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. Alex Bloom, Economic Development Manager, CSED Motherlode Job Training. I have a question that I will pose to the board that we can then relay, but I was wondering about what the potential impacts to future grant applications for our area would be. This would make our area more attractive for broadband-based initiative grants or subsequent implementation of those grants. So, thank you.
Good question. So,
So this is designed to aid in the grant process for ISPs. By being able to demonstrate in their applications that there's a streamlined process in place, and the work has already been done here that makes those applications stronger. So it's not an automatic approval kind of thing, but it definitely makes those applications stand out. And again, makes us stand out against other counties.
the attractiveness will certainly be there. Yes, understand. Thank you for that comment question. Any additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Comment, Supervisor Brandon, go ahead.
Great, thank you. First off, Lynn, we miss you. I hope they appreciate and are treating you well. Send cards, send texts. I did want to agree with one of the comments made by the public was if there's any possibility of an urgency application to private roads since this has public safety implications. I don't know. Look at one of those things if we're running power through an area there and they say, no, you got to go all the way around. Like there's such a benefit to the public in having these underground utilities that with our right to repair or pavement maintenance, I mean, it would be, dig once, so I meant, that it would be repaired back up to standard. Seems like there should not be a right to deny that going through for all the further neighbors that would be on that road. So only throwing out, if there's a way to do it.
I think to when we get to a private right of way, that's when, or private property, that's when things change. I think Sarah gave me a smile because she knows where I'm going, that if this is the priority of the board, let us know where it falls and what you want us to move down, and we will jump on it. So, the applications in our department for towers seem to rise and fall. Mm-hmm. And so right now we were at a lull maybe 6 months ago, and we're starting to see an uptick in applications coming through on towers. But before that, we had maybe had 18 months of a lull. So we're riding the wave with what we have right now, but we're happy to move something to the top of the list at your direction.
Great, thank you. Just want to first say too that it's crazy we have to do CEQA and NEPA for this. To me, laying a small cable along already disturbed, generally roadways, it's nuts that this is even a requirement. That said, thank you, Len, for your work on this and with Quincy as well. We are well positioned as best we can be. We didn't create these grant funds at the state or federal government, but we've been a regional leader, and we've been as positioned as we can be to be able to access this and be competitive, and that's exactly where we need to be. Let's say that to the other comment as well, we need to make sure that I think any contract signed with this, as we've had conversations recently, it does come with strings attached from the county to make sure the work is done and it's not bid and sat on, and that's going to be very key defensively there. One last thing too, since we have Len here, obviously that's now known that Len's over in a different county and doing good work over there. I think we're going to have to also figure out, I know some of those responsibilities have been transitioned over, but it's moving from a full-time person to kind of added onto a part-time schedule shared between a few people, that we, as a board, whether now or, in the future when we're redoing committee stuff, should consider the idea of a working group that's able to connect some of these pieces, since we're going to lack this central keystone person that's braiding all those threads. Just throwing out that I think that would be helpful, but thank you for bringing this. Very excited. This has huge implications to economic development, public safety, quality of life for our community, and we're right in the spot we should be.
Okay, very good, and good probing and comments here. Look into the future. Additional comments from the board? Supervisor Kirk.
I hope they treat you horrible and you come back. Now, you've been great to work with. Brandon summarized it well, so I'll just leave that at that.
All right. Well, look for a motion to move forward on this.
I will move on that one, according to
Oh,
staff
I
recommendation.
already did. Yeah. Okay.
I'll
so-
second.
Okay, so I had a motion by Supervisor Half, second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? All right. Thank you very much.
Len, you can stay and hang out. We only have a few hours left.
All right, at this time, we're going to move to, under Public Works, item number 18, and if the clerk could please read that item.
Item number 18, consideration of approving the Solid Waste Division proposal to utilize the 1,000-ton disposal allowance in the Cal Sierra contract and declare that the transfer station coupon program, illegal dumping, litter cleanup events, community green waste collection events, and housing-related programs have a public benefit and purpose.
And sure. So welcome and
There we go.
got quite the package here of a number of different components. So please, we'd like to hear more about this.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm just waiting for them to power up the screens for a brief presentation with this. My name is Debbie Reagan, and I am your Solid Waste Director for Tuolumne County. Today, I'm here to present our staff proposal for allocating a 1,000 ton, that's 2 million pounds, disposal allowance in our contract. For background, our franchise agreement with Cal Sierra under our collection agreement has a 1,000 ton per calendar year allowance in it. And this agreement was put in September of 2022. So 1,000 tons is a lot. And it's like 60 of these transfer trailers. We're filling up in a 2-meter deep Olympic swimming pool. Comparing what we have done to what we can do, we have quite a bit of unrealized potential here. Tuolumne County operations self-hauled approximately 103 tons in calendar year 2023, and we did not use any of this allowance. This is a use it or lose it allowance, so I very much would like to maximize this every calendar year because it's dollars. It's not mentioned on the slide here, but 1,000 tons of solid waste right now is approximately $112,000 worth of value to the county. Green waste would be about $56,000. To date, we've used, I would say it's changed since I put this slide together. We were at 19 to 20 tons. I just reviewed some August self-haul statements, and there were about 5 tons of trash and 7 tons of slash that was self-hauled in August. I'm having those balances transferred. So we're going to do this by expanding current programs and hopefully adding a few new ones. The top priority for this allowance is and will continue to be county operations. We also have within the program a transfer station coupon program proposed, illegal dumping and litter cleanup events, community green waste collection events, and something I'd like to come in with new here is housing related programs. And I'll talk a little bit more about each of these in our upcoming slides. First, county operations. These are actual pictures of our Public Works road crew. and the DDC work crew from the sheriff's office out doing actual work here within the last month. This is a great partnership, both within Public Works. Sheriff's Department's been knocking it out of the park. So thank you. One of the things that we're looking at here is, honestly, we don't require a finding of public benefit for this, obviously. But within these different departments, I've been in communications with all of them, with some work still to do with probation to make sure they have brand new account cards. I just spoke with Parks and Rec and Grounds yesterday, and what we have are 2 different accounts, and these accounts are set up so that when a county vehicle pulls in, they have a card in hand that they can show to the gatehouse at either the Earth Resource Facility for green waste or at the transfer station for municipal solid waste. And that will feed into an account that solid waste manages and tracks. What we do not, the only request I have is I need the gate tickets / wait tickets so that I can reconcile the invoices. Waste Management sends us the invoice every month and zeroes the dollar amount out. Next up, one of the most popular programs we've run as Solid Waste Division is providing coupons to the public so they can take bulky items to the transfer station. Traditionally, they've been handed out at the Home and Garden Show. They were valid for the month of May. And this is separate from the coupons that are issued by the franchise haulers under their agreements. What we'd like to do is, as this program was funded by Caltrans, they don't appear to have funding for this next year. But staff proposal is to continue and expand the program. So the idea is that coupons are available, and we're trying to make it easier for public to do the right thing and lead to less dumping on the roadside. With that thought in mind, Tuolumne County residents can get a coupon. It's valid for the entire calendar year, not just for 1 month. Not everybody is here in May to go to the transfer station. When we did this program with Caltrans, just in the month of May, we ended up with about 30 tons taken to the landfill, and that's 30 tons that I'm happy to say didn't end up on a roadside or down a hill or in a gully. And not everybody has a pickup truck or a trailer, so another new feature would be that a resident could assign their coupon to someone else to haul. And I recognize there can be a slight possibility of misuse, but these coupons are all numbered in a serial manner. So with that thought in mind, not everyone has a pickup truck or trailer. You can give it to, someone who's doing hauling service for you, and it's still tracked of who the coupon came from originally. Also, we could use the coupon program for those smaller litter cleanup community programs. 2 cubic yards of solid waste is about a full-size pickup truck bed filled level. And so on a smaller cleanup, rather than going through a process of issuing letters and tracking things, we know there's a program going, we hand them a coupon, they take it to the station, we just know that the coupon was issued for that. Those coupons would be tracked separately and wouldn't be, 500 coupons a year. That's what I'm reserving for Tuolumne County residents. If we have more space available, I have no problems with increasing the number of coupons. The next one that comes up frequently is illegal dumping and other litter cleanup events. And my focus here for this is more on the third-party cleanups, not what we do as the county when we pick up, but when a third-party community group or nonprofit comes in and offers to clean up or is trying to do a project. Community litter abatement projects, there may be some that are larger. And I have not limited this to any particular group. I am focusing more on community groups and nonprofits and not individuals that would show up. The coupons work for individuals. With this thought, one of the things that came out as I went through this with members of the board here and speaking with staff in the community is I heard a recurring theme that we not use this to clean up private property where the owner or tenant was responsible for the accumulation of the refuse. The thought here is that's why we're speaking about illegal dumping that's adjacent to a public road easement. There are times tires don't magically appear down the side of a hill. They started from a road and they ended up down the side of a hill. And so a reasonable person could assume they started there, they were dumped there, they end up. And that's the type of cleanup I'm speaking about here. Just a small moment of realism here to talk about with illegal dumping and pull it back to the 3 E's, which are basically education, eradication, and enforcement. What I am seeking to do here is use this allowance to assist with the eradication aspect of it. The education part we work on with our Don't Trash Tuolumne campaign and mascot soon to come. And that is, other outreach, education outreach, work within the schools. The third leg of the stool of the 3rd E is enforcement. And after fully understanding the constraints within our county resources for pursuing enforcement actions, I'm just mentioning that what I'm doing here today does not really address that aspect, that 3rd E. There are other partnerships we can do, but my focus is trying to make it easier for people to take it where it belongs and not drop it where it doesn't. The next step of the next programs that's been the subject of a lot of discussion is a community green waste collection event. And this is something that Tuolumne County has plenty of is green. We're exempt as a rural county from curbside green waste and organics collection. I can also mention that Governor Newsom just signed Sunday a bill that's going to extend that exemption for us for another 10 years through 2037. That doesn't mean there isn't a benefit in supporting our communities with fuel reduction projects and compliance with the hazardous waste vegetation management. So this is in addition to the dollar dump day items you may have seen or dump coupons you see coming from Cal Sierra. They run the dollar dump days 3 or 4 times a year. But the concept of this program, it might look something like Solid Waste Division drops off, learns of an event, and we pilot this in something like a Firewise USA community. We drop off reusable yard lawn bags, like you saw in the previous picture. Community fills them up, and on event day, we bring a debris box or a large trailer. Those are emptied into that, and we pull it to the Earth Resource Facility for recycling. That is the outline of it. This program hasn't started yet, but the whole focus here is fuel reduction, hazardous vegetation management ordinance compliance. Again, trying to lower that transportation barrier. This is a newer one for us. We don't have this program up, but with the county applying for a pro-housing designation, the Solid Waste Division proposes to extend some of this allowance to local agencies and programs that increase the quality and quantity of housing stock in our county. And that is, within that range, some examples are Habitat for Humanity, the ACCA Weatherization Assistance Program. I've spoken with Area 12 Agency on Aging. They tend to do smaller projects. One of our items to look at here is why we, or how this is navigated when often the contractor's given the responsibility for disposal of waste. I still feel strongly that improving the quality and quantity of our housing stock in this county can be a public benefit for us. Now, when it comes to conditions and restrictions, as I engaged with each of you through this and with the Solid Waste Committee, a recurring comment was not use it to clean up private property when owner-tenant was responsible, as I said before. And that's why private property cleanups are limited and restricted within this proposal. The other item that came up is code compliance abatement actions are covered under an entirely different enforcement and funding process. So that's not a part of this particular allowance. Abandoned vehicle removal is under the purview of the vehicle abatement program. And here we don't include that within this program. Unfortunately, county residents do dump on state and federal lands. But the limitation I've put here is 10 cubic yards without additional approval. I do not want to use a county resource and clean up everything that's on state or federal lands. However, there are times when we get a call about a trailer or a couple bags or something has been dropped and it may be adjacent to a Forest Service road. And that's where it gets a little complicated about whether we maintain it, they maintain it, who maintains it. But that's the limitation that's proposed here in the proposal is anything more than 10 cubic yards, think a debris box, would require additional approval. The last thing on this slide is other items not accepted at the Cal Sierra Transfer Station or ERF. ERF is Earth Resource Facility. No hazardous waste. The Earth Resource Facility does not currently accept chipped waste. So bringing chipped waste there, and there's a valid regulatory reason. They don't want to turn into a composting facility. And chipped waste tends to get hot and trigger that threshold. When I first brought this proposal to the Solid Waste Committee, I didn't intend to put any specific allowances. And you may have seen tonnages up tos across these slides. There was concern expressed that one program or another might totally consume this 1,000-ton allowance. And so in the last Solid Waste Committee meeting, we discussed put 100 tons on each one and see where we go. I modified that slightly because county operations could, last year was slightly more than 100 tons, and I just doubled it up. There's no other reason than to say it's there, it's our first and top priority. The other ones, your board, you have previously mentioned that the illegal dumping, and you allocated up to 100 tons of this for a compassion outreach collective effort to address trash collection in homeless encampments. So I doubled it because I wanted to have the ability to do other work. Still left here is 300 tons unallocated reserve. And my proposal is that's left to director discretion within the programs that are listed within the board memo, not creating new programs, or if for some reason I'm not here, Public Works Director would be able to allocate that. And that's the reasoning behind those staff proposals between the allocations of the amounts there. So basically, at the end, we're recommending that you accept the staff proposal in the board memo to use a 1,000-ton disposal allowance in the waste management franchise agreement, and declare that the transfer station coupon program, illegal dumping, litter cleanup events, community green waste collection events, and the housing-related programs have a public benefit and purpose. And I'm happy to take any questions you may have for this.
All right. Questions, board? Go ahead, Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I appreciate the presentation. We had a lot of conversations on this. I wanted to ask, so it's by calendar year the allocation is, and so at the end of the calendar year, any unallocated amount that wasn't utilized basically expires, right? There's no rollover on that?
That's correct. It's a use it or lose it.
Okay. And what was the amount we were kind of producing before, like without any new programs, about how much are we potentially utilizing currently?
An estimate from the 2023 year by looking at the dollars and doing some back of the envelope conversions for density was the county disposed of approximately 103 tons.
Okay. And I'm gonna, I'll save it for the comments there, but kind of what I'm getting at is one of the conversations we had in solid waste was looking at if we're at about 100 and we had 17 so far and all that, we're trying to get to 1,000. We got a lot of room to grow. And so I'll save that for the comments, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Additional questions? Any supervisor? I did have, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Supervisor Campbell. I didn't see you.
I was just commenting that I had questions and they were answered in that presentation. So it was a good presentation. Covered all the bases.
Right. On the coupon program, I'm sorry, the voucher bulky waste one?
Yes.
So give an idea, how is that being viewed upon when somebody pulls up, to a transfer station with their coupon in hand? How do they validate what's bulky or not, or how does that?
Actually, the way we worked it this year when we were using the Caltrans funding is that they look at it as if you show up with bags of trash, municipal solid waste, your typical household trash. That's not considered a bulky item, and our coupons were good for up to 2 cubic yards of that. When it becomes bulky is usually if they have a special price for it. And what I mean by a special price is it costs extra to dispose of a refrigerator, appliances, mattresses. Those types of items are the items that tend to, tires, have special prices. And so those are considered special item or price issues. And that's how the transfer station views it, and that's how they typically charge it.
Okay. And just, and it's more of a comment on the end of that question, but the more we can do to better educate the recipients of those coupons on how it can be used, is better, so that they don't end up going there thinking, well, I can get rid of these items, and then find out that, no, that one doesn't qualify or something like that. So
I think what we're going to do with our coupon program is the coupon was usually included at the top of a one-page flyer, but I want to take that language and make it much more yes, no. Mm-hmm. Yes, no, how much of yes. You don't need to know how much of no, that's just no. It's a very short word with a lot of power. Right. But the yes would be yes, this much. And then be very clear about whether it's this and that, or this or that. Because I think that was one of the confusions. People said, I showed up with a refrigerator and I showed up with some bags of waste. Am I still okay under the coupon, or was it an either or solution? And that's the question I'd like to address with the language next year. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and I personally experienced that, right? I had a mixed bag.
Okay.
In my own pickup, and so and that would also perhaps be the discussion with waste management to educate their own employees, because sometimes they interpret things maybe a little different than our own discussions that we had as far as.
Especially with the program running for more than just a month. it would be an issue where I would meet with Waste Management, say, this is the program that's coming through here. Here are your instructions to put in the scale house, because those decisions get made, you're correct, at the scale house when you're
Right.
driving in.
So the other question I had would be looking at the community green waste collection events. And you gave a good example of Firewise communities. We're up to 19, I believe, now.
Yes.
And we expect that to grow. I certainly hope to see it grow. I happened to be at a meeting last week for Sonora Knolls here just right on part of the city. There's Firewise communities, everywhere. They were very excited to hear about this type of thing. So my question is, how do we anticipate managing that? I know there was conversations about perhaps getting involvement, from like the fire safe counselor, but how does it shake out? So we drop off these bags, and do we have a particular date ahead of time that's identified, get them filled, and we're going to come back on this date? Or how do you anticipate that would work?
I would see that working as community wants to do an event. They pick a date. We agree that it's a date that works both sides of the fence. Solid Waste Division will purchase acquire the reusable bags. There's no sense to be putting yard waste in plastic bags. They're about to get banned. They've been banned in California coming up in 2026 anyway at the grocery store. So the idea is that they have those, they fill them. We have this date. We bring a trailer or debris box to a central location and drop it not super early, because what I find is if you leave a trailer or a box unattended, all sorts of things end up in it. It becomes the community litter box.
Right.
But we drop it, they fill it, and we pull it.
Okay.
And so it's the front end work, as I see this, is that we do that where we agree on a date. We give them the items to prep so they have enough time to prep, do the yard cleanup or the work they want to do. And then there's a very concerted 1 day or 1 weekend event to get things from curbside to the central collection point. And then that event is done and that is pulled away. Does that answer?
Yes, it
Okay.
does. And this particular group was very enthusiastic and very active. They're, if not the most active group, they're real close to it as far as desiring to do things. And they had some limited resources on the ability to do it. So, okay.
I'm looking for a pilot location.
Yeah. Well, we can talk offline on that. Okay. Let's, if there's nothing else from the board, I'll go to public comment on this. This is a whole host of very broad-based programming. Glad to see it. Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm so glad you hired Debbie. She is just so amazing and all the things that she's done, and nothing's going to irritate me more than leaving money on the table. So I'm really glad there's been a lot of discussion, and I know I was one of the people, even though I'm not on the committee, who's vehemently opposed to the two groups who think they should get every benefit, because there's a lot of other groups in our community. But one thing we need to deal with is the fact that we generate so much trash. And I'm really concerned about all the plastic trash we have. So I want to talk about Safeway. So they actually have these bags now for produce, and they're compostable. So they're actually 100%. Safeway doesn't know this, by the way. It took me a while to figure this out. They're 100% vegetable starches. So if you have a compost bag on your counter, you can just leave it in this bag and put it in your composter. So we ought to be encouraging everyone to do this so that we're not generating a ton of trash everywhere and along the side of the road. So thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Good afternoon, Mr. Crosby.
Once again, a suggestion and a question. The suggestion is on the coupons. just put on the back what you can use the coupon for. Just a brief outline might help make it easy. Because I'll lose the paper. I'll keep the coupon. Okay, and then I think my question was perhaps answered. It's Firewise related, but it's getting the vegetation off the county maintained roadside. And I was just wondering, how much does a full one of these bags weigh in terms of being able to get it into a trailer? So that's a question for the board to ask. And then I like the idea of organizing the community so that we can consolidate and manage these all at one time. But I can envision having these bags and then going along the roadside and picking up, getting all the green waste cut up and in the bags, and at least they're in the bag, not out on the street, just on the side of the road anyway. And hopefully maybe then a truck comes by and picks it up and takes it away. Thoughts?
Yeah, so that's and that's a good question. I know the city of Sonora, they have a program where they do some green waste, but apparently, from my understanding, it's fairly limited to finer materials. So would our program be able to, if there's various pieces of brush or limbs, if they cut them up and fit them in the bag, is that allowable?
We can do it a couple of different ways. The one, when it comes to the bags, I personally have 72-gallon poly bags that I use around my property. I can tell you when they get full, if you fill them with pine needles, it's a hoof to get them into the back of a Subaru. My thought for doing this within the community is to use 39 or 40-gallon toter types, just because it's more manageable for a lift and pull. When it comes to the larger items, limbs, branches, things that would be bigger, it is helpful to have them cut up. But the concept here is if there is somebody that can bring a longer item, it doesn't necessarily have to fit in the bag. It's up to the community to decide how they best. Maybe it's the person with the pickup truck or smaller trailer that takes a 6-foot length of a tree. My intent is not to be cleaning up a 200-year-old oak tree. That would be, to me, somewhat beyond the scope of this. Right. This is more what we would call mixed yard waste or trimming. So limbing, yes. Trunks, probably not.
Correct.
Also because there's a limit on diameter at the Earth Resource Facility of about 12 inches. So you're not going to have a large stump or something like that going in.
So with your container that's brought out to, pick it up, are the bags being dumped into the container or just lifting the bags and placing them into the container?
Preferably would be to empty the bags into the container. Okay. And then solid waste will be responsible for storing. The intent is to be able to have the bags reused. I'm open to considering a giveaway program or, to encourage, you get to keep this one, but at some point it would be nice that they do become reusable.
So if that's being planned and they've scheduled it, then, and I kind of jumped on public comment here, but it drove some additional questions. You're doing a neighborhood, cleanup Firewise, no problem if they're cutting up limbs and doing defensible space clearing to just put those limbs right in the transport vehicle without having to bag them up then, or is that?
I would not see a problem with that. When I speak of a dump trailer, I'm talking about something that's like a 7x14 with 4-foot sides.
Right.
So that holds anywhere between 12 and 14 cubic yards. Debris boxes can be 10-yard or 20-yard.
Okay. Yeah, the challenge when you're dealing with limbs is getting them to compact.
Yes, very much so. And it's thoughtful if you put the leaves and pine needles in the bottom of the trailer and the limbs on top.
Correct. Additional public comment. Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair Goldenberg, and thank you, Debbie and Blossom. So this is exciting, and it's kind of a step in the process. I sat on the committee with Supervisor Goldenberg when we negotiated the contract with Base Management, and just to kind of give people a little background on it, this started at 1,000 yards of cubic yards of waste, and we were able to negotiate that into 1,000 or 1,000 tons, which is a big difference. And I remember the goal at the time was kind of to just let's get as much as we possibly can, and then worry about what to do with that later. And because we had nothing in the county to even use that type of disposal. And so later is now. And so we're having this discussion to kind of figure out, okay, what do we want to do with that capacity? And all this is just to say, I don't want people coming away from this thinking that we're leaving meat on the table. You know, this never existed before. And so this was kind of our first year to go through it. And I'm fully confident that as time progresses, we'll be able to use that entire 1,000 just with things, if we're able to work with the sheriff and get help support them to get more work out there on the roads, in addition to what they're already doing. There's a lot of avenues to use that. So all that to say, you know, that list of the different options, I just want to make sure we're not creating an expectation amongst those groups that it will always be that way. Because in my mind, that top layer of, that top layer about county operations supersedes all of it. And so if there's need or capacity there with county operations, whether through the sheriff or whether directly through waste management or public works or any of these other entities, that to me, that comes first.
And I did forget to mention one very important point in the memo and in my talking notes here. County reserves the right to cancel any program at any time for any reason. While there's some technical issues with using it, if for God forbid we need to use implement a debris management plan from a disaster, that comes first. That comes before these. So these numbers are set. I expect them to change because of some of these programs we haven't done yet, and we won't know until we do. I feel that a couple of them are generous and we'll never use all of it. And I think others, once they get going, will go gangbusters. Yeah. But it is, county ops are always first and reserve the right to cancel it anytime, any reason.
And that's a great distinction because, you know, and I think, I don't want to make an assumption, but I'm of the mind that if the county's not using it and there's that capacity there and someone else can use it, you know, have at it. But we don't want to lose that ability to, and you brought up a very good point about emergencies. You know, several years ago with the Butte fire, we saw what Calaveras County went through where they had, far more than 1,000 tons of debris to clean up in that case. But any little bit helps in that kind of a scenario. Hopefully we'll never have to find out what that will be like. But I think what you've laid out is a really good roadmap, and the concern that I had going into this with partnering with other agencies is when you dump trash illegally or leave trash in a campsite or what have you, any of these ways that produce refuse, either on public or private rights of way, it's a crime. And so we need to be really careful that we're not facilitating people committing a crime. So like, for example, if someone breaks into your house and steals your computer or your TV, the county's not going to be on the hook to replace your computer and your TV. Just like if somebody illegally dumps on your property, it shouldn't be the role of the public to fix that. However, there is that public impact to illegally dumping on roads and rights of way that are public, and then things that are maybe adjacent to that. You made a great example that, you know, just if you have a county right of way, typically it's 30 foot on center. Sometimes it's more, sometimes less. But if something's 1 inch over that line, it's still pretty much part of the same illegal dumping action. And so I don't think we should, it doesn't make sense, and it's not practical, and we're not being good partners with our community if we just cut it off right there and don't clean up anything else adjacent to it. So I think you've got a good pathway to do that, where we're not enabling illegal dumping, where it is still a crime. And if we catch you, we got the sheriff sitting in the back there, we are collecting evidence against people that do these large illegal dumping, and there are names and addresses, and they're never really that clever about how they cover up their crimes there. And there are severe penalties for that. So I think we're taking this carrot and a stick approach, and I think we're making good use of a resource that we negotiated for. So I'm excited.
Supervisor Brandon, you had a...
Great, thank you. And I agree with everything Supervisor Campbell said, as well as the public. Thank you for this, because this is something we negotiated. We weren't able to utilize so far. You've been working on this for quite a while, and I think it's fantastic. There's only one thing that I wanted to add, was add additional direction. So right now, we're at September 24th. We haven't used a lot of the year. We haven't implemented this yet, of course. So we have an opportunity where there is a lot of excess tonnage within this that will expire by the end of the year. And I'm hopeful that we will see expansion of these over time, but it won't be necessarily immediate. And so what I would like to see in addition to this is that we organize some type of what I'm going to call backstop. And it could be, what kept coming to my head was spring cleaning in December. But the idea being that towards the end of the calendar year, where we have a projection of how much we're going to have left, we are able to put it towards a lower priority but large public purpose that will utilize all that is basically left. Now, Supervisor Goldenberg brought up the Firewise communities. That was on the list of one of the thoughts is, well, if they do a project, we can take all of that exemptions or restrictions on that not being limited anymore. Or the idea that within that month we could offer free disposal for self-haul to all public agencies and nonprofits as some way. So that's what I would request to our board, is that we add that onto there. We have a kind of no loss situation right now. As long as it's a public benefit, we have plenty of capacity and we can experiment this first year. Otherwise, we will end up effectively losing that. I want to use the term money on the table, but it's an opportunity to experiment.
Okay, Supervisor Huff.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the presentation and for making it so easy for us, because the last time you came before us, you kind of set us up for this. And so it makes it very easy. And I just want to thank you for that. Tagging on to what was just said, I would really like to see, if we have 19 or 20, I can't remember how many Firewise communities we have, but it's only the end of September right now. We have time to plan for that, get information out to them so that each community can plan for some time in probably, well, I don't know, December, I would say. That would give them enough time, maybe the first part of December, or maybe all of December, I don't know, to get their communities together, get projects together so that they're organized. And I don't know that we would, even if we invited all of those communities to get their act together and get all this, would mostly be green waste out in to the big, what do you call it, dumpsters, whether there's dumpsters brought in, or for some of these Firewise community projects, the bags aren't going to cut it, I don't think. But maybe talk to them and find out what would work and maximize what we can do before the end of the year. I like that idea.
So, I mentioned that I was at the Firewise meeting last week. Karen Caldwell was there. She was aware that this was coming up, and, she would be a good person. She's got all the lists of, the Firewise communities, is constantly working with them on grant opportunities and other stuff. So certainly, that, and really some of our most, disastrous fires have been October, and into November. So if we did a push, being as we have such a large amount now available, it would be a good time to do that spring cleanup early, to get stuff going. And there's, some groups are obviously more active, than others, but, to make that available and make that push to use, like Supervisor Brandon said, anything we can do to use up our allotment that we've got this year still would be great.
Right. And one of the things to bring to that is it's minor details, and I can fully support, a green waste push here through this fall. I think that the things like the trailers, the debris boxes aren't necessarily free. My disposal only covers the self-haul. I can look within my budget for what we can do with that, or whether the Firewise community wants to go in and partner it. What I have access to that is, quote, free money, sort of, is the disposal, is the cost at the gate. But I do have grant funds that will allow me to help with things like buying the reusable bags. And I agree with you. The bags work great for leaves, pine cones, pine needles, small trimmings. They aren't as functional for limbing when you're doing, something that's 2 to 4 inches in diameter. You spend a lot of time cutting those up. But I just wanted to bring that I can fully support a green waste push. I just need to find, have that conversation, say with Karen and with others, about whose dollars purchase what.
This particular group, I think they just got $800 in the form of a grant, and they were exploring using some of that for this type of purpose.
Okay.
They were also looking at, some additional signage for their Firewise communities. So, a bigger unit costs a fair amount of money sometimes, to get a larger unit out there. But I know in that case that they would be willing to, certainly contribute. So
I think the scope or the size of a project will determine what the
Sure.
best tools are to get.
Exactly.
It's the right tool for the job.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Any additional, Supervisor Kirk? Did you have anything?
I'll just say thank you. You've been great to work with, and I appreciate you picking up on the subtle hints of let's start somewhere and get some things accomplished, and this is what that looks like. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm excellent work. I'm really excited about this. Appreciate the work and the thought processes that you put into this and coming up with this list. I know it's things that we've been discussing in the Solid Waste Committee, so glad to see it. Thank you so much.
And just on, because I heard some similar points being brought up to it. I think to any public purpose, whether that's Firewise, municipal waste, public agencies, something at the end of the year would be beneficial. I'd like to make a motion to adopt the full recommendation, but to add that in with a direction that we would have a year-end event with the intent of expending unused expiring tonnage for some public benefit at the discretion of staff.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with, providing that direction. It is going to be for Deborah to manage.
Yeah.
As we start approaching towards the end of the year, I mean, you're going to see what your numbers are, and hopefully, as we move forward, right, these things will start balancing out. Like you said, some are going to be too much, some are going to be maybe we could use more, and counting on staff to balance that. So
even if right now
I kind of agree with Supervisor Goldberg, because what we're doing is giving her the ability to make those decisions. So it doesn't, like, including that doesn't really change it, I don't think.
It does, in the sense, the same reason we have to have this here is to declare a public benefit. And so we need to give authorization that something within these similar scopes, right now it says up to a certain amount. So if we do a big green waste event and it exceeds that amount, say we're trying to get rid of 600, that technically wouldn't be under what we're authorizing here.
She's got 300 extra tons to do with how she decides.
Right. But even right now, if we were on track to be doing the 1,000 per year, that we only have a little bit left of the year, even if we were fully expending that, we couldn't mathematically expend more than about basically 300 of that as it is now. So with this year, we will have a ton that ends up getting basically
Okay,
expiring.
and this year would be hopefully an exception as we move forward on this, but I think that that we can simply provide the direction that our solid waste director can balance, these accounts. They're saying up to, right? So there's already the flexibility there. And if one account, needs to have more, well, we can work that out, but, certainly she can. And I'm not against using up every bit of this, don't get me wrong. I just don't want to put this to a restriction.
And I think we're saying the same thing, is that at the end, the direction would be to expend what's not going to be used on something. And it could be in any of those categories. We're just simply giving that direction.
To the best of our abilities. And sometimes,
Exactly.
even the best of your ability, you might not still be able to use up that allotment.
Right.
So,
So I'd like to make a motion to adopt staff recommendation with that addition that any expected unused expiring tonnage would be put to some public benefit purpose at the solid waste director's discretion by the end of the calendar year.
And just to be clear, the public benefit uses are the uses that are outlined in the staff proposal that we've provided that evidence for.
And the intent by that is if it needs to exceed the up to amount, that would then be authorized if we're expected to not do it. And that's what I'm trying to clarify.
I think it might be helpful if we could just put the staff proposal summary slide back up. Essentially what I'm hearing is that unallocated reserve of 300 tons plus any unused tonnage in the categories described above.
to give her the authority.
We'll go for some type of event or program end of calendar year. That's the only addition to this.
I think just ongoing, it doesn't have to specify intercon calendar year. I think she understands that, and we'll use up the resources that we have available, the allotments. I think that's,
All right.
I think the last, that Cody came up with. Can you repeat that, Cody? The last little bit, and any other accounts that are
So
not
there's
fully
the
expended or
unallocated reserve of 300 tons, plus any unused tonnage within the categories described above can be
That covers.
distributed by the solid waste director.
Is that agreeable?
Yes.
Okay. So we have motion. We have a second. I'll second it.
Hey, there we go. Say sometimes you lose, sometimes
Because
you win them.
No, I mean, we're just,
Deviating from this, right?
we're not deviating from this. We're just giving her the flexibility to use up any other categories that there's leftover unused allotments. So we got a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstain? Thank you very much again for all your work on this.
Thank you.
I'm gonna get going.
Great.
So
Great.
just to clear, does that complicate things or is that just pretty much what you had already planned?
It does not complicate
Okay.
things for me.
All right,
My
that's
my thought with this is that we just go ahead and I'm gonna leave here and turn on the taps for some cleanups that are literally sitting in my email inbox waiting to go. And if my thought in my vision is that come September-ish, we look at these, we see what's over, what's under, and reallocate. And I also have the solid waste committee that can keep tabs on this as well and report back to full board. So I see plenty of bumpers, guardrails within this to make this happen. And I'm excited to get going on all of it.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Let's take a break until 3 o'clock and then we'll come back and pick up on item 21. All right, welcome back. We'll resume our meeting. If we can keep the conversations down, please. We're restarting the board meeting. Thank you. All right. So we're down to our last regular agenda item that we have here under board requests, item 21. If the clerk could please read that.
Item 21, consideration of drafting a noise ordinance before the end of the calendar year 2024.
Okay, and I'll look to Supervisor Half on this. You know, we've had these types, you know, before where a supervisor brings something we're trying to move forward. We've had a lot of discussion about noise ordinances. The distinction is, other than moving forward and maybe having a little bit of conversation, we're not making any decisions today. So
Well, one decision, whether to bring it.
whether
One
to bring
decision, whether to bring
it-
it to a full board.
absolutely.
Right.
Yes, I understand that part.
Yeah.
But other than that, you know, for the board members, let's not get into picking this
How we
apart.
want it to go, right.
Thank you.
So I would just a little short intro for those who may not be aware. We have no noise ordinance in Tuolumne County. We have never had one. We're one of the few counties that does not have one. And I kind of thought through our short-term rental process, we would maybe put something together. And I kind of thought that through our board retreats and goals that it would rise to the level where it would become a priority, but it hasn't. And this is something that actually Supervisor Brandon and I started working on in 2021, if I'm not mistaken, but it just wasn't we couldn't wrap our heads around a practical way of making it work. But I think we've come a long way since then. I just want to tell a little story first. You know, we all have stories from our constituents of the noise problems in their neighborhood or next door and our inability to do much about it. And we've heard from the sheriff that without a noise ordinance, that his deputies feel like there's nothing really much that they can do. And I am looking to hopefully bring it back as something that's enforceable through the sheriff's department and not through code compliance. But I want to tell you a couple of real life stories from just my district. One was a couple of years ago, and a person that I know pretty well lives up Cavalieri Road, Serrano, up at the top of that hill there, and got a neighbor that had big dogs that they were fostering, I believe. I don't even know if they belonged to them, but they barked all night. And this is an elderly gentleman. He's now in his 80s. But I think at the time he was like 79, and he could not sleep. And it stressed him out so bad, he ended up in the hospital. He did thankfully come out of the hospital, but not without a lot of work being done because of the stress that it caused him and the maladies that happened as a result. Come forward to just a month or two ago, and I have a woman who is in her late 70s, who lives down off of Limekiln, another completely different area of my District 4. And she is having multiple dogs barking all night, and the neighbor refuses to do anything about it, and it's affecting her health. So it's like, okay, how much is enough? And so I'm coming to the board asking, and I want to, before I do my last pitch, I want to say how many emails I have gotten from the public saying, yes, do this, please do this. We need one. So, and I don't know if you all have gotten those same kind of, I think I've gotten over 20. And it's not even on a board agenda yet. So anyway, I think we all are aware that we don't have one and that we need to do something. So I'm just hoping to get agreement today that we can bring it back in October, or if it has to be November, for us to decide how we're going to do this. And that's my little spiel.
All right, so obviously this is something that has been discussed for some time. We're going to look to to bring this back officially, but the mechanisms of how it is going to work and what they rely on is yet to be decided.
Well, we do have a couple of examples that we can pull from already.
Right.
Yeah.
There's areas that have been discussed in the Airbnb. One is, in certain circumstances could be applicable, an automated device of one sort or another, how to figure out what is violating that level of decibels.
I'm talking about examples of ordinances that we would just make in
Right.
Tuolumne
No,
County.
there's plenty of examples out there, and, we just need to work on that. So look into the board, Supervisor Campbell.
Supervisors, just to clarify, I think this is what Supervisor Half is talking about. In 2008 and 2014, our office, along with CRA, drafted a noise ordinance that was brought to the board. It was not voted on at the time, wasn't approved, but that would be a starting point, just for everyone's information.
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, and I was going to raise that too. There's those two draft ordinances, and then there's the Calaveras County ordinance. This is kind of similar to what we're looking at. And I remember because I was working for the newspaper at the time, and it was actually quite controversial at the time. And a lot of the ag industry turned out, and some industrial interests turned out. And I think also Black Oak, the Tuolumne band turned out against it because they have the venue up there that they were at that time planning to use more. But all that said, so I'm just stating that that's what I remember the opposition to it being and why it didn't move forward at that time. But since that, I'm very much in favor of it. We have stories we can share back and forth. There was a person bought a piece of property in a residential neighborhood up on Big Hill, and you think Big Hill is very rural. This is actually quite dense houses, and they had not tens but hundreds of roosters all penned in this one location. And it was just, can you imagine living next door to one rooster? And this is hundreds of them right in this person's backyard, and they wanted the county to do something about it. And it was frustrating for me because I couldn't really help them very much. So all that to say, I don't know why we haven't had some kind of a noise ordinance already. I mean, right now I get complaints about there are people running their generators all night up in Cedar Ridge, and if you are familiar with that, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And there needs to be some kind of mechanism to help those people. I haven't heard much from industrial or agricultural or entertainment venues about it, but I don't know if anybody else can gauge what kind of comments might come from that, but we need to take those into consideration and then get something on the books, I think.
Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, I think it's going to be more controversial than we think. And my personal belief is that I feel like we're going to be a little naive if we think we can get this conversation. We could have the conversation, but I think it's going to drag on after this board's gone. So my hesitancy is, do we want to open up the door on a conversation that may end up not coming to full fruition until past December, and then we'll have a new board, and then there might be new opinions. So my hesitancy is, we've done this twice before. I think it's going to turn into a longer conversation than just November, December. So I mean, this is kind of why we have the board priority workshops. This wasn't a priority back in January. So I'm just trying to give a different opinion. I think you guys just need 3 votes to move forward. If I were to move forward with the conversation, I would say, realistically ask Sarah Creo, County Council, is this something that can be implemented if it comes back in October and done before December with how ordinances roll?
I think it depends. I have not had an opportunity to share the draft ordinances with the sheriff's office or with code enforcement. And so we would need an opportunity to do that and to obviously have their input on it. I also think that we have to look more closely at the sheriff's office enforcement and what that looks like. Is that still civil or does that turn into criminal? And then that's when we would need the district attorney to weigh in, because I think that if you're going to put something on the books, you need to know how it can be enforced. I heard her speak earlier about the staffing issues in her office, so I would be really concerned right now. I also think there could be issues with just priority of cases. So just from a realistic standpoint, enforcement, we need to have much more conversation. So that's why I think, we haven't had an opportunity. I think at the earliest we could bring something back to your board would probably be November, just so that staff has a time to have an internal conversation, then bring it back. If everything is smooth sailing, you have 2 meetings in December where you could adopt an ordinance.
And is
That's
there anything
pushing
you have
it.
to cut off your bucket list of things to do that are priority to subsidize this one?
There's always a lot of things on our list to get done, especially as we're moving towards the end of the year. And so things, for instance, that I know CDD is working on that we're intimately involved in, that might get slowed down because of this. So, if we're also looking at considering some changes to the clean and clear ordinance, that might get pushed back. So.
Thank you.
I think not to start would not be the answer.
But doing this for 5 years, let me tell you what I think is going to happen. And I get it's on your bucket list and I want to support, wanting to get this done before you leave. But I think we're going to open up the conversation. It's going to be more controversial than we think. And then it's going to bleed into next year. And then we'll be starting over if it's even continued. That's just how I think it will play out.
So I just have could I ask
go ahead.
Supervisor Kirk, so you think it's going to be more controversial? Do you have any indication why or from what sectors?
Kind of some of the things that were brought up about, there's a lot of ag, there's different zoning, industrial zoning industry or industrial, what's the word? Anyways, zoning spots where we're going to hear from a lot more people who are going to be affected by general noise ordinance, probably that we're not thinking of now, that we're not that an ordinance couldn't be created, but I think it's going to take a lot more thought to not just grab something and throw it on the books, but we're going to have to look at our community and like the ag with some of these. I mean, if you look at like where PG&E is and all those other areas, there may be, it's industrial spots are going to be making noise, and how is that going to affect or not affect the residents around that area? The short-term rental conversation, well, not so much that, because actually I don't know where that's at as far as with that draft. I haven't seen that draft yet. All I'm trying to say is anytime we come up with an ordinance, it usually takes 3 times as long as we think to accomplish it. So I just know from past experience, there'll probably be some things that we miss, and that if we get to that vote, we might want to bring back and then have updated. And we might get to the very end, like I said, in January, where maybe there's be, 3/5 vote, but you lose 2 board members and January comes and you get 2 other opinions. It could just, I'm just trying to be realistic. I'm not trying to spin it my way. I could see it going that way. So I honestly, I wish this was brought up maybe in June. Then I probably would have supported the conversation, even though I have my own opinions about it, but I'm just looking at the timeline. So.
All right. Supervisor Brandon, and then I've got comments.
Great, thank you. I wanted to clarify just a couple things. One, we do have a right to farm ordinance within our structure, which protects basically any noises or nuisance issues affiliated with industry. That includes timber as well. And so I think ag is fully protected within our ordinance code, reflective of that. Also, industrial, and most of them has a limit of around like 75 decibels. That's a vacuum cleaner running right next to you, which is a pretty high threshold. So I think that is accounted. I do support this. I would recommend, though, one of 2 options. One, upcycling one of the previous efforts with a kind of maximum efficiency approach, or 2, we mirror what Calaveras basically adopted in 2010. I think there's some value to having that aligned between the counties. And as any tiny little details to add, I think it's great to have a warning, considering requiring 2 reports for it, and then conditional exceptions. But I'm in support of doing it, but specifically do not want to see a new omnibus rewrite of a full ordinance that is, all hands on deck. I think we can get something done fairly efficiently. The truth is, this will probably never be on the priority list, and yet it is also something, compared to some of the other priorities, but it is also something we get probably all of us collectively, more complaints on, or as many complaints on as almost most issues. So something on the books that's efficient, and if there's issues in the future we can deal with, I think is a valuable use of our time.
Without exception, I can say that the number one complaint I have gotten the entire time I've been in office has been over noise complaints. And it runs a gambit, whether it be roosters, whether it be mini bikes, whether it be some operations that are in a mainly residential area, it's just over and over again. Dogs barking, amplified music is, been a big problem. Sometimes they're resolved with trying to address them, with conditional use permits, depending on, operations. Many times they're not successful and to abate them because we have nothing to rely on, nothing to fall back on and saying, look, we've got an ordinance, and yes, there can be difficulties in figuring out how to, gauge, what's an issue or not. But just in that, we're not even looking at doing anything here, but I got a fistful of emails that were fully supportive of doing something about this. And they came from virtually every district, that I could see. I had one email that was against it, and I'll just quote a couple of lines on it. We're a rural county, not a city or urban complex. We don't want to be a city. You could easily think about the industries that built this county. People do not want to hear that. They want to have a quality of life that, doesn't keep them up all night because of these issues, right? And I'll leave that one at that. I think probably all supervisors got that same email. I think it's totally wrong. It's the wrong approach. It's not the approach that the public would like to see out of this board. And quite honestly, Supervisor Kirk, I just got to put it out there because I've seen it in the past. Well, it's too bad it didn't come up in June. I could have supported it then. And let's punt it to the next board and let them decide. And I think that's the wrong answer. I think and I'm just being honest here. I think, yes, there's going to be some new board members coming in. We know who one of them is. We don't know who the other one is going to be. And I think that, we as a board need to do our due diligence and act upon something that is clearly a major concern of the public in this county. Okay. And so I think that we can, especially as Supervisor Brandon said, if we're not trying to reinvent the wheel here, if we're taking something that's viable and go with it, and like any other ordinance that's out there in our entire system, there are always, that they can be, amendments can be made, they can be changed, but it's important that we get something in place, and I think there's a strong expectation out there amongst the public that we do exactly that.
Okay.
So,
well, since you think my response was wrong, I want to clarify. I did not say I would support this if it came in June. I said I would support the conversation. So
okay,
you guys we can move forward. I will support moving this forward for the conversation. I'm saying how long it takes us to do board meetings, how our board consistently takes 3 steps forward and 2 steps back. With that history, even with good intention, I don't think we're going to see this through this board. So that's what I mean, and we'll see if it. We'll see.
And I understand. I apologize if I put words in your mouth that you would support it, and I, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, or 1 step forward, 2 steps back. I'm sorry. We just get challenged, and sometimes we end up in the situation where we don't act because we're concerned about who's going to pack this boardroom and come And-
I know,
and,
and
you
that's
know,
why I
com-
made the
complain
statement
to
is.
that, right? Well, I
is
understand that.
that is probably, let's just move forward. We need to
Just,
take a
yeah,
vote.
put-
I'll support, I think we have a unanimous board that
So-
thinks we should have the conversation. I made my point. I don't think we'll see it through December, but maybe I'll be wrong. But let's move forward. Let's
Jared,
have a
do we
conversation.
need, is this direction or do we need a motion?
No,
Just to speak in
I think it's-
support of what Supervisor Kirk is saying, I too have concerns that we won't be able to actually see this through.
Before the end of the year.
Yes, before the end of the year. I think that's, I guess, the one thing that would give me a little bit of pause is saying before the end of the calendar year, it's like, what, is staff going to get in trouble if we don't get it done? You know, and also leaving some space there to where I think that with what is on the docket currently, I think it can be done. But who knows what tomorrow might bring? There might be some other issue that comes up and that blows this off the docket, which has happened in the past, you know, which is the reason why we haven't been able to get this done.
Sure.
but-
That's all. I hope
but-
when it comes, we can be clear where we stand on our opinions, and we just
Yeah.
gotta make decisions or not. And if they're not made by December, then
And that if there is a whole room full of people that, you know, are speaking from a perspective that we need to kind of stick to our guns and listen to the conversation that we've heard from our constituents over years and not just whoever happens to be standing there in the moment that wants us to vote one way or another.
and I concur entirely with Supervisor Campbell's thoughts here, you know, because quite honestly, and I'm coming to you, Supervisor Half, you know, all too often, right, you know, we may get a fairly decent crowd in this boardroom, but they're a percentage of this entire county. And so some people say, well, they should all be here saying, you got to do this, you know, but we've all seen it. So Supervisor Half.
Well, at first I was appalled by what you said, Supervisor Kirk, but at the same time, I can use that, and we all can, to do our best to do what Supervisor Brandon said, be efficient with our time and streamline this as much as possible, not reinvent the wheel. I would suggest we really deeply look at the Calaveras noise ordinance because we share a lake with them. So wouldn't it be wonderful if we had the same noise ordinance on the lake for the boat patrol, right?
That's a good point.
But I want to call the board's attention to something that I wrote in my letter to you. Where is it? Okay, this last paragraph. This is one of those things that is on my bucket list to enact or at least start before leaving office. I have no preconceived notions that we can get this totally done and wrapped up by December, but I really sincerely desire that we at least have the first reading before I leave office, and then you finish it up in January. And I think that's realistic. So it sounds like we have support for this to move it on to our either October or November.
That's my only question is I didn't want to speak for the other folks that are in the room about timing because my thought process was the earliest we could even have a conversation with more meat to it is on November 5th. But I don't want to speak for the other departments that will be impacted and they're here if they'd like to speak.
Yeah.
I think we should hear from them.
So let's do two things. One, let me take public comment first. Is there any public comment on this item?
Well, I will say in Supervisor Half's defense, she wasn't able to come to the meetings for several months, and I think that in a way kind of hampered moving things forward to an extent. There is nobody here now but the two of us and your staff. So clearly you don't have a lot of interest at the moment, or they didn't read the agenda. And I've been listening to a lot of people who want to dominate public comment with neighbor-to-neighbor disputes. And that's what a lot of this sounds like, is a neighbor-to-neighbor dispute. So I personally wouldn't want to see the sheriff having to go out regulating bad behavior. And if your dog's barking all night, then to me, you're an irresponsible dog owner because a happy, contented, well-loved dog is not going to bark all night. So I've come to you, I think, 2, maybe 3 times, and with all due respect, and asked for a no asshole ordinance, which is really what I think we need. Thank you.
No what?
No ask.
I'd like council's
I'll
opinion on
support
that
that right now. Let's bring it up.
Any
I don't
addition-
know if our jail is that big.
I'm moving forward on community recommendation for the no a-hole ordinance.
Any additional public comment, Ed? All right, we do have staff in the room that would be impacted by this discussion. Sheriff, do you have some thoughts on this that you would like to share?
Good afternoon, Dave Vasquez, Sheriff. Input, it's a big discussion, and this is a very big task. I will just say 2 things that come to mind. We have provisions in our existing penal code for disturbances. Are they robust enough to address all of the quality of life issues that you are getting bombarded with? Probably not. There's key language in that existing penal code, and one of the key words, and the district attorney can speak to this too, is maliciously, when describing the intent of what's taking place out in the community. Specific and general intent matter when you're enforcing code. In a nutshell, to answer the grand question is, will we enforce a noise ordinance should this board decide to pass a noise ordinance? We will enforce all applicable codes, but we will also bring to that situation an analysis of the totality of circumstances and discretion based on that situation. So I hear the concerns where we talk about neighbor disputes and other things about whether or not the rules and laws can be enforced appropriately. That's our sole existence. Right? That already exists routinely all the time, continuously. I think that if the board decides to put together an ordinance because they feel that that is what is needed to maintain quality of life, it has to be so specific and very, very thoughtful. So that way there is no question or concerns as to what the intent is when officials show up, whether that's myself or code enforcement, whatever it is that however you decide to outline, lay that out. Also, when we talk about penalties and what fines look like, are we arriving and is this warnings? Is it civil? Is it letters? Is it strongly worded messages? Is it 1 strike, 2 strike, 3 strikes, and then you get a fine? I don't know. That's completely up to this board and your direction. We heard robust update today from our district attorney. Her comments resonate with me about what she's dealing with in her office and how we prioritize these responses and calls for service. I am mindful of that. In some situations, I tailor my operational tempo to best fit the needs of what's happening in the district attorney's office, because one cannot exist without the other. So her comments resonate with me, and I would take this opportunity to say, if there is anything within your scope of authority that you can do to help her build that staffing back up and get back to where we can have meaningful prosecutions for crimes, that's what it's going to come down to, priority. So we could pass ordinances, but if it's a criminal penalty associated with this, probably not going to be most effective. If it's civil and there's fines involved, we can work with that. But I would take that into consideration. Take into consideration the specific and general intent of the ordinance that you put together, because at the end of the day, we will always bring discretion to each and every situation. And this is a big conversation, probably in a lot of work to have. There's a lot of boxes that would have to be checked in this. That's just my opinion and my input. Is there any questions for me?
Yes.
Okay.
So if what, I want to clarify what you're saying. So if it's civil, that would mean, I'm assuming here, that the sheriff would not go out, it would be code enforcement. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. So very similar to fish and game, we have a lot of civil penalties that are tied to fish and game codes. We can enforce those. In fact, the state has language in there that says shall be enforced by all peace officers in this state.
Okay.
Peace officers carry the highest level of authority for enforcement of code, as long as it's the board's direction and it's written in code, for sure.
Okay, well, that's great, because I thought it was code enforcement for civil matters, And I can't see code enforcement officers going out in the middle of the night when a lot of these things happen, whether it's guns going off or dogs or whatever it is.
Something to differentiate is how we respond to those calls for service. Not necessarily, we have a civil division that's all they do is navigate the civil processes and facilitate those to include fines and penalties. We don't take the same action in a civil type situation than we would in a criminal type situation. We take different approaches for that.
So are you saying you'd send CSU out? Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. I'm just saying, so typically if we're responding to a crime, there's certain elements and tactics that we will use to enforce the law related to criminal intent, and it's different for civil. It tends to be more scaled back, more notification driven, over the phone conversations, not less intrusive when it comes to utilizing force. It's almost a non-force type situation, if that makes sense.
Sort of.
I didn't have.
Supervisor Campbell, go ahead and then.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be really brief. And I really appreciate what you said about that, you'll enforce the law but I also think that that's a two-way street, that we as a board have an obligation to law enforcement to not pass ordinances that are going to be overly burdensome and just make your job harder. And so what I wanted to ask is that, I'm sure you communicate with your colleagues in other counties, like Calaveras County, they have a noise ordinance. I'm kind of putting you on the spot, but in your conversations with the sheriff in Calaveras, have they expressed any kind of problems that have arisen because of their noise ordinance? Are they responding to, just neighbor disputes constantly because one's calling a noise ordinance on the other?
I'll tell you right now, I've never had that conversation. I've never asked the question specifically about the noise ordinance. Calaveras County has a very similar operational tempo that we do. I would imagine they're prioritizing those calls for service the same way we are right now, based on the existing penal code. I think that the ordinance probably has very little bearing on how they're prioritizing those calls.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to mention the penal code. I've had this conversation with people too. They've called in the dispatch. They've said, hey, there's an issue. Sometimes they've said, hey, you got to call your supervisor about that. There is the option for disturbing the peace, but the term willfully, right? I mean, and then like a basic, what's the other part? Loud and unreasonable, and what is unreasonable? It seems really challenging to enforce. It seems like there are examples where non-legitimate hunting or target shooting context, there's examples of, guns being fired at 2 a.m. This is in my neighborhood. I can use examples. A drum set at 3 a.m. going with the windows all open on the house. Those types of things that it's not disturbing the peace in this willfully unreasonable way trying to hurt somebody, or at least it hasn't been enforced, but it's something that is, I would say, unreasonable. It's interrupting people's sleep and that. So I guess my question on that is, I wanted to ask, is that easy to enforce? Do we enforce a lot of disturbing the peace when it comes to noise? Has that been an effective tool to basically deal with some of these situations?
I would say prioritizing those calls for service is going to be our biggest challenge. I would feel comfortable saying that 99% of the time, if we were to respond to a noise complaint, whether, let's say, loud music, if we go knock on the door and ask them to turn the music down because it's too loud, it's disturbing the neighbors, they turn the music down. What really is the challenge is that the staffing levels that we've had, those calls for service get prioritized low. And depending on what the operational tempo is of that day and how quick we can get to those calls for service, because they're always going to be prioritized below higher priority calls for service, specifically if it's crimes in progress. So biggest challenge is being able to have adequate staffing to prioritize those calls and get a timely response to them, because I do think that the deputies are effective at navigating those types of situations. Going back to willful, reasonable, and also malicious, that's based on the penal code. That's a criminal code that we would submit for prosecution, and somebody could actually be, held accountable with those types of penalties and what comes with prosecution. I think that is exactly why this board has the authority to draft ordinances should the penal code be insufficient for what you're trying to achieve here in the community. If you look at some of the existing codes that we have right now, specifically regarding Lake Tulloch, I thought I heard somebody talk about the lake and how there's, I think it's 100 feet of
one
whether
spot
it's
that
loud
does have the noise
music, sound
control.
amplification,
Right.
right? These are ways where people have got, or where the board has gotten specific about what unreasonable or what reasonable and unreasonable would look like. And so if you have a boat that has a sound amplification device on it or subwoofers, and they're parked within 100 feet, or you can hear that loud music within 100 feet, you are then in violation of that ordinance. And that's where I say this is a very big conversation about how you navigate what's reasonable and not reasonable in your ordinance, because the penal code is very, very specific. But whichever way you go with your ordinance, that key language will have to address all those components. Something that I think of is, let's say during the summertime, contractors who are, doing roofing specifically, they like to start a little bit earlier in the morning to try and be out of the heat by, afternoon or late morning, whatever that looks like. Does that tailor the provision? That's just an example of what a kind of a level of thoughtfulness might go into a noise ordinance, or if somebody's doing their own project and they're trying to beat the heat and be effective. Again, waivers for certain types of entities that are bringing people to the community. If they're hosting concerts out at West Side Pavilion and you have homes that could be affected by that, well, that would be something that would then, you'd have a provision for that, which already exists in some of our ordinances as well.
I appreciate that. And this isn't meant to be anything critical on it. I feel like when Debbie gets a call on that, they're going to go out, they're going to respond to it. Where maybe some of the calls have come in to dispatch, what I've heard has been, well, we don't have a noise control ordinance. And so it kind of stops there and it doesn't get relayed to a call because it doesn't seem maybe serious enough. It's not maybe not rising to a criminal level, and yet still maybe kind of unreasonable. So it doesn't get that person on site to go check. And that there's either confusion there or something. And I know we've had staffing issues with dispatch as well, has been a challenge.
Sure.
But that seems, when I get a call in, they say, well, I called dispatch, and they said, well, we don't have an ordinance. And that was kind of the end of the conversation. So I appreciate that, and really good points. That's why I like the Calaveras ordinance. It talks about exemptions very well. It talks about specific measurements. How do you measure it? What equipment do you use to measure it? What levels for different things? It works for them and it's well thought out. I figure it would probably work for us to some extent, but those are all really mindful potentials. So
Sure. So in the conversations that I've had, I always remind people that when the deputy sheriffs respond to a call for service, they're always going to bring discretion, right? Based on what's happening, whether or not somebody gets a fine or whether there's something else associated with enforcement.
Yeah, and typically, what I've seen over the years, and I imagine that it's replicated, with the other supervisors when they get complaints. Sometimes they're individual to one supervisor, sometimes they hit us, all at the same time. Most of the time, it's not a one-off thing. Like I said, if the roofer's doing their thing and it's 105 degrees out, people may not like it, but they can understand that. Most of the time, it's a repetitive type of problem, and they've done their part the best they can, right? And sometimes, the mini bikes, dirt bikes that are going round and round, they go over and say, they start out hopefully being not too antagonistic, and they say, hey, it's a lot of noise. Could you please not do that, or could you please, keep it down to certain periods, and they get this, yeah, and then it's the same thing, repetitive over and over again. So I see more of those than not, and sometimes people, quite honestly, they're fearful, to go directly to the source because of whatever reaction they might get, and that comes up at times, and that's unfortunate, that people don't feel comfortable, saying that, but it does occur. So
I have no doubt. And I think, again, just to give you a quick overview on what something like that would look like as far as an investigation. One, we would seek out more than just one reporting party to try and negate the issue of whether this is just a neighbor feud. And then we would request those individuals to also take action if this is a misdemeanor that has been committed outside of our presence before we would even think about generating a report and sending it to the district attorney. That's what that investigation would look like if we were to arrive and enforce or investigate that incident today. And then I have no idea what that would look like in the list of priorities for our district attorney as to what filing would look like for prosecution. But I think that, again, this is why, or probably the reason why you would be looking more at this ordinance and probably tailoring how it's going to be governing all the provisions associated with it, all things to think about, for sure.
I'm getting the sense, and anybody on the board can speak up, but I'm getting the feeling that we're not looking for criminal types of actions, you know, some sort of infractions or whatever, a fine, you know, something along those lines, because it don't want to take away your deputies from doing, you know, very important work in many areas. So,
of course, I can understand that. And again, just looking at that, making sure that it's an ordinance that can apply equally across everybody in Tuolumne County without any specific targeting, and that the deputies will always be guided by discretion. And that is, sometimes we'll arrive, sometimes there'll be something to investigate, and sometimes there'll be totality of circumstances that requires us to walk away that day.
Understand. Yep. And rightly so.
Yes, sir.
Any additional for the sheriff while he's up in front of us here?
And Chair, if I may, with the conversation, I have to try and pull this together. The Calaveras, and this isn't, this is about the Calaveras ordinance. I thought that's a salient point. It seems like a very efficient way. Is that possible to have that be the direction for that to come back and consider adopting that ordinance? I think that makes a lot of sense, and it's more likely to be accurate than proposals from 2014 or 2008 that might have
I think
not been
the
updated.
proposals from the prior times had looked at the Calaveras ordinance. It's actually attached to the staff report from 2014. So I believe that there's some similarity there. So we can certainly look at what we've already drafted and look at Calaveras. But again, we will not be prepared to bring this. The earliest would be November. It might be pushing it till December.
I'm okay with November.
Okay.
So is the board consensus to give that direction as far as the Calaveras ordinance for staff to look at?
Isn't today's question to bring it back for conversation? Right. So yeah.
I think that's the simplest
Yeah,
way.
but that would, to
that's
bring
a
it back
little-
based on that, I guess,
Right.
is what I'm.
To be expedient, it would be good to give some kind of direction if it's possible, so that we are not, you know, looking at too many things and taking too much time with it also.
Right.
But I think our DA wanted to get up and speak, so
Sure.
I'd like to hear her before we conclude.
Thank you. So obviously, we hope our staffing levels don't stay where they are, as they are currently. But I will tell you, we do have a barking dog ordinance that is an infraction. And Supervisor Campbell, the Great Rooster Caper, I will call it, of 2016, 2017 was actually my case. And I filed that case as a misdemeanor public nuisance because it was maintained for well over a year. And the Honorable Kevin Siebert dismissed that case in the interest of justice over my objection. And it is not uncommon for us to get not guilty verdicts on misdemeanors from juries that involve neighbor disputes. It is in fact more common than not. And so I do think you have a multitude of options available to you: civil remedies, infraction remedies. You could bolster it all the way up to a misdemeanor. But when we file misdemeanors, we're talking about cases where individuals can be incarcerated. They can be arrested that night, taken to jail, and then they can have their civil liberties deprived from them. So we take filing those types of cases very seriously. And for us, having at least 2 separate reporting parties from separate homes would be a necessity. And so those are just difficult cases for us to file, and your Tuolumne County jurors don't buy it. So that is what I would offer to you right now for this very limited purpose of understanding, you know, kind of where to guide the discussion. I concur with County Counsel Carrillo. November seems like a push. And so I would offer that if you want to direct a criminal route, our office is not going to be able to participate in that conversation really until December. And so that would be our timeline. If you don't want to include us, that's fine too. But if you want to explore all of your available options, I think that's just to use the sheriff's term, operational tempo reality for us right now.
That's all really good information that will help direct our board the next time we meet, I think. Thank you.
Since I might not be involved in this, great news. I just wanted to give one little piece of information here, so I have a little experience in this. When I was a planner one, I was sent to go out and monitor noise from a property. And so I stood in the bushes next to someone's property, and I held a little noise monitor in my hand, and I was there for hours because I had to also have like ambient noise readings in order to compare the noise against that was going to be produced later that night at a concert. And so I'm just visualizing your deputies standing there with a noise monitor in the bushes while they're gathering the data in order to compile the case to send to Cassandra for them to prosecute on this. My other experience with noise is we do a lot of noise studies. And I also had a situation with an event center in Columbia when we did a noise study that the frogs at the pond were louder than the noise that was coming from the event because of where we had to stand in order to meet our monitoring threshold. And I think when it comes to noise, the majority of the complaints that I hear through the process is that because noise carries. And so what I'm concerned is that you're going to have a lot of complaints that people are hearing noise in the distance because it's a disruption to their life, but it's not necessarily going to be a violation of our ordinance code that can be proved with the correct monitoring for the correct duration, and that could carry through. So noise is very complicated. We talk a lot about it in land use decisions, and I'm just looking forward to seeing the deputies with noise monitors. So let me know if we can help. Thanks.
Good afternoon. I'll keep this fast. As you all have talked to me personally because of the barking dog, I just want to say how hard it is. It's probably our #1 complaint, just like Supervisor Goldenberg said. It is very subjective. I have loss of hearing in one ear. Dogs could bark all day on my right side, don't care. So, it is mostly neighbor disputes. We typically respond to 500 barking dog complaints a year. We don't have the staff to actually go out to 99% of them in person. We mail things out. Please, these are steps you can help for a dog. We don't submit case reports anymore because the DA has 3 people in her office. So it is a very, very, very subjective thing about noise, and it's very tough. So I know you all know that, but it's the #1 complaint that we get. It's almost impossible for us to handle 2 right now.
Final comments, Supervisor Half?
I'm really glad to start the conversation with our department heads, giving their perspectives. And so we, from this, we have an education of how we're going to have to navigate this. I don't see any of their comments as being a reason for not to have an ordinance, a noise ordinance. So with that, if there are no other, do we need to make a motion on this? Is that correct, Sarah?
It's direction to bring it back, and then what I am hearing from staff is that the earliest is actually going to be December that we can bring back a conversation for your board. So we can bring back looking at the draft ordinance that we already did. It's very similar to the Calaveras ordinance, and just start having more detailed conversations about what you're looking for.
So I was just trying to wrap it up saying that I believe the board is in favor of bringing this back whenever it can possibly be brought back. And I thank you all, and I thank for all the comments as well, because that gives us a good start in what we have to look at.
Okay. So, we'll conclude this matter. All right. Final items on the agenda are 2 closed session items, but wanted to inquire regarding reports. before we go into closed session? Would you guys like to do reports? Okay. Why don't you start it off? What? I'm sorry. Any reports from staff? I'm sorry. Thanks, Ryan. Supervisor Half.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a little update. We had the RCRC annual conference over last week, culminating on Friday. And a couple of things that came up that I think the rest of the board members would want to know. Do you remember that Golden State Finance Authority new home buyers program that we had for county employees? Well, that's a $3 million program, and so far they've only used $1.8 million. So there's still $1.2 million left on the table, and we may want to reinitiate that. I don't know. I don't know what the board's will is. And hopefully, I think it was Deb Showman down in HR that kind of led that with employee forum meetings, those that were interested. But we might want to do something about putting that information out, because we've got a lot of new staff now and they may not know about this program. And actually, Golden State Finance has other programs beside this that they can pair with it. So I just wanted to bring that to the board's attention. Also, when we had our Golden State Natural Resources project update, their EIR is supposed to be released sometime this week. And there's going to be a 90-day comment period. So be looking for that. That should be issued any time now. Now, as far as Golden State Connect Authority, you know, they were doing they are reporting on the FFA, the final mile projects. And so far, our projects through either the Golden State Connect Authority or the individual projects that were put forth by ISPs, none of them have been approved yet. I've got something. I mean, we have time. There have been 4 Golden State Connect Authority member counties that have been approved: Imperial, Alpine, Town of Mammoth Lakes, and Mono County. And then there have been 16 other areas around the state that have been approved, but none in Tuolumne County at this point. So I just kind of wanted to give an update on that. And then at one of the we had sessions during Wednesday and Thursday, and one of the sessions was on, believe it or not, navigating the challenges of short-term rentals. So it was very interesting. But one person was a panelist, and she's from the city of Truckee, and she was a short-term rental division panelist because she represents that for Truckee. And she was talking about a TOT reporting system that they have. I'm going to have to check with Justin Birtwhistle to see if we have the same thing, because this is a full-service software package that has hotline for compliance, user experience, full reporting for TOT, including auditing. So they will audit the system to make sure it's working properly, all in one package. So I'm going to be checking with Justin to see what we have and if it's comparable to this, and make sure he knows about it. And then Saturday I went to the 49er Festival. Good time was had by all. We had Sajin come and be the Grand Marshal. And then she joined us after she went through the parade. She joined us up on the balcony of the Hotel Charlotte, and then she proceeded to be awarded with our certificate of appreciation or recognition. That's what it was, that we did last month, I think it was. Although the chamber put it in a really nice frame, so it really looked sharp, and she was very touched by that. So I just wanted to report back on that. Thank you.
Supervisor Kirk.
Sorry, I got nothing to report on. I thought we were going to go into closed session.
Supervisor Campbell.
I'll just be brief. I just want to thank everybody that participated in the virtual town hall that I conducted with Supervisor Kirk, and then the in-person town hall that we had in Soulsbyville Elementary School last week. God, was that last week? I don't know. The days are flying by. Really good attendance and really good questions and extremely productive. The last thing that I want to mention is, and I don't like to be negative in reports, but it's again to do with LAFCO. I don't think this will surprise any members of our board, but again, I sat on that committee, and again, some of the same issues came up on the agenda, and we punted on them again. So it was the discussion about the RFPs for legal services, for executive services, policies and procedures, handbook. These things have been on the LAFCO agenda for since February was the first time we heard about policies and procedures, and we can't seem to make decisions on it. So it's really just frustrating to see, and I hope that the community starts paying attention to the dysfunction that's going on in LAFCO. It's the only committee that I serve on where, I come away from there just feeling like I haven't done anything. I haven't served the community in any way, shape, or form, and it's really disappointing and frustrating for me. So,
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Great. Saturday, I regretted not being able to go to the 4.5 Festival, which I wanted to with the county chamber. But I did attend the FACTS Fentanyl Awareness event at the fairgrounds, and want to say congratulations to Lisa, Chris, and everybody. We had a number of county speakers. Somebody on Facebook was like, why didn't anybody speak? It's like the public health officer spoke, the DA, the sheriff, the narcotics team, CHP, the folks themselves, an assembly candidate, myself. I mean, it was jam-packed full of speakers about it, and that's such an important issue. The RCRC conference, short-term one, was very interesting, a number of other panels. I was particularly interested in the energy panel and mass timber panel with Elizabeth Betancourt, Department of Natural Resources, and their wood utilization strategy that they produced. I think this continues to be a major area for potential economic development in value-added wood products, as well as renewable energy generation and storage that could have a lot of other benefits while the money's out there. I did a visit and walkthrough of the UC Merced expansion, as well as their engineering dean in school. I'm continuing to see if we can get research partnerships up here. I think that's an avenue to trying to get some cutting edge businesses. And they are our local research university, and I think that can be strengthened. I have at least had a couple discussions with RCRC and Institute for Local Government about LAFCO. And one of the challenges has been, and we're not the only ones, but statewide, there's not a lot of entities that do that type of work. And I think there's maybe an opportunity for a county service model that's nonprofit. And there seems to be a soft level of interest in it while that's being considered. I don't think it'll necessarily solve all the problems there, but as of January, that could at least potentially provide staffing and be good for those organizations. And last bit, I'm looking forward to the financial town halls. So it'll be the 26th and 30th, 5:30 p.m. We're doing one in Columbia. We're doing one in Jamestown. And I encourage anybody to come out. And it's not like I'm unavailable until then or after that. If anybody can't make it, you have any questions, you can always give me a call, send me an email. I've got the presentation. I'm happy to walk anybody through it as long as I've got time. Other than that, it's just a lot of continuing conversations.
Supervisor Kirk, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just add specifically since you're talking about the town halls, because I've done, I think, 3 of them now. One thing that keeps coming up is we don't always do the best job of saying what our successes are. So I asked Tracy, Roger Root put out a thing to staff, give us some bullet points of some success stories the last 4 years. So that's going to be coming in, but specifically around development and specifically around growing our tax base. People think we're just asking for, more revenues, but what we have done to actually increase that tax base and some of the investments. And so anyways, be prepared for that. I think the presentation was kind of missing that. And so it's good for the community to hear that. And I don't know when, Tracy, do you know when that survey will be done? 27th? Okay. So as soon as we can get that, we can push it out to all the board members. We just have, my goal is to have 2 or 3 pages of just bullet point success stories that we can share with the community.
Appreciate that. I had somebody say, oh, you haven't taken any steps to be fiscally responsible in 4 years, and wrote out like 1,000 words of like, here's all the things we've done to, like, a lot of things.
Yeah.
And it's crazy that there's these assumptions that, again, we're only working on one issue at a time. and we're just ignoring.
Yeah.
And it's good to have that education out there.
Yep. So cool.
Okay, got just a couple items here. Normal committee meetings, as usual. LAVCO, I was on vacation, thanks to Supervisor Half for sitting in my place as alternate. I appreciate your doing so. Sorry to hear that the meeting had difficulties again as well. We'll keep pursuing the best we can. The big item that I have is that on Wednesday last week is when the folks from the Governor's Office of External Affairs came in for a tour that was arranged and started back in June when they contacted me as chair of the board, just wanting to know what's going on in Tuolumne County. And so we had a good conversation then. Scheduled for half an hour, went about an hour and 45 minutes. And at the end of it, they were still interested, and I gave them various people's phone numbers for follow-up information. And I said, hey, would you like to come to Tuolumne County, and we'll show you around. The areas that they very much were keyed in on, no surprise, with the current governor, is homelessness, right? That obviously is a huge thing, and we spent a lot of time discussing fire issues. And so much thanks to CAO Riggs for having staff pull together and set up arrangements, for not only staff to, go on the tour and to speak, but for people in preparation. So Nicole and Christina, Heather was involved. They did a tremendous amount of work coordinating things, emails back and forth with these folks. They're one of, I think it's 6 or 7 offices in the state. They have what they call the Central Valley office, and it runs from, I think, Fresno clear up a bit north of Sacramento. I'm not sure the exact. But we started out, we met here, on the 4th floor. We went out to the Parrots Ferry roadside to begin with, and were met out there with Annie and Tammy. So a lot of discussions. They were very enthused about what was there at that particular site. Having 4 houses on one property. By the way, 2 of the houses are basically move-in ready now. The third one, probably within a week or 2. They were working on it the day we were there. The other one, the original home on the property, it's like built in, I forget, 1898 or something. It's pretty old. So that still has to undergo reviews. But they were very pleased with the whole concept, because that one's concentrating on behavioral health with homeless issues. From there, we took a real quick drive-by on the Columbia Way property, where we're, planning on having, the homeless apartments, so to speak, for our homeless veterans. Not on the agenda, but they requested specifically. We went out to the safe camping site there, Camp Justice, I guess, is what we're calling it now. They were actually very impressed with that site. We did a quick drive-through and then stopped in the cul-de-sac and talked for a few minutes. And they'd been to quite a number of sites, over a period of time. And they said that this site was, even though you look at it and you go, well, it's not so pretty, right? There's things here, we're dealing with some issues. But they said our site was far better than many they had seen in other areas. From there, we went to the Navigation Center, where they were very both pleasantly surprised at the possibilities there. the amount of people, and they understand we're going to start small and work from there. You know, we'll start with 5 people or so. We've been working on getting the staff for quite a while, getting them through the background checks. But they thought that was just the whole concept, you know, of we're doing clean and clear. We're, you know, people, we're offering them, you know, safe camping. We're offering them some temporary housing along the way with the goal to get them to the navigation center and then out to other properties for more different types of housing. Then we did a switch up. We went from there, you know, so we had, and Michael was with us as well, Roberson, and then we had Dory and Liz. We started on fire areas, so we went up to Alicia Sugar Sack, across the street there, where there's a big lookout, and you know, talked about the whole situation of what they're doing with Cyril and the projects, and Forest Service rep, I forget his name right there, but was there and added to the conversation. So that was good. You know, we talked about a lot of different aspects of the fire efforts, not just Cyril, but everything going on in the county, all the fuel breaks and Firewise communities, and you know, just the many things that we're doing. And then we ended up going out to Ponderosa Hills, where OES with Dory had the you know, the $20 million home hardening project. And so we went out there and discussed the project, and then we drove down to the bottom of the canyon where the canyon fire was, so that they could see, you know, what was at risk and how steep that canyon actually is. And very fortunate, quite honestly, that fire started about 11 o'clock at night. Could have been a whole different story if it started 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Could have gone up both sides of the canyon, threatening not only that community, but Twain Hart, Groveland, Big Old Flat. So all in all, they were very complimentary. They were very pleased with what they saw, and they repeated it over and over again. And the message that I sent them home with, for both homeless as well as on the fire side, was that we get a lot of one-time money, you know, to do fuel breaks, to do other projects, to purchase properties, you know, for dealing with the homeless situation. But what we don't get, or rarely get, you know, just a little bit, is the operational dollars to keep these things going. And you know, so I personally expressed to them the concern that we put in an awful lot of work and time into, you know, developing these sites and getting them going. And, you know, it can fall flat on its face, right, if we can't, you know, have operational dollars to keep the programs running. In the case of the fire activities like the fuel breaks, right, they have to be maintained. You know, every so many years you got to start over again. It's a never-ending cycle. So the bottom line was, I appreciate very much all of the staff, and I know I probably missed some staff here. I sent out an email afterwards to all the staff involved, you know, thanking them because they did an excellent job. They, you know, I think Tammy really wowed them, you know, because they could not come up with a question and talking about an area that Tammy wasn't aware of, you know, from behavioral health perspective. And then Tammy threw stuff at them and acronyms, and obviously they were very well informed because they knew everything she was talking about. So it was good. It was a good experience, and hopefully we'll see something come back out of it. So anyways, it was a good day. And that's all I have. So we're going to go into closed session, and I understand we're not looking at any report outs. Is that correct? So if I can have the clerk please read the closed session items.
Item number 19, closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9A, People v. Sonora Mining Corporation, et al., Stanislaus County Superior Court Case number CB 310102. Item number 20, I'd like to note that Roger Root, Assistant County Administrator, will not be attending the closed session. Closed session, conference with labor negotiators, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Liz Peterson, Deputy County Administrator, Karen McGettigan, Human Resources Direct Risk Manager, and Deb Showman, Human Resources Manager, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
Okay, so that will conclude the regular portion of our agenda, and I will, before I do that, ask for public comment on the closed session items. Thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing any public comment come up, so that we will conclude and adjourn into closed session. Law library, is that correct? And let's give it about 7 or 8 minutes so we have a chance to have a quick break before we go over there.